and letting people in as they join us. Just taking a minute here to change screen names to reflect the party affiliation here.
May I ask Alex, Hryn, how you pronounce your name, your last name? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm Alex Grinchuk.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me.
I will try to do my best. All right. So I've been looking at the list of attendees here. I'm just going to check if we have our live stream going. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, just cross-checking our parties here with the offered evidence list. Let me display the notice of hearing for people joining us. So people on the live stream should be members of the public, and people joining us on Zoom should be parties and commission staff and people who cannot use the internet to connect to the live stream, members of the public that can't connect to the live stream. So I do see, I believe it's Stephen Gurry. I don't believe you're, are you connected with a party?
Connected with Foundry Ridge.
Okay, thanks. And we also have someone connected with the screen name MOSCHH. I'm not sure who you are if you're connected with the. Oh, there you go.
Your Honor, I believe that's Hannah Masho. She's with the DNR.
Yep,
Oh,
correct.
great, thanks. And that's. Oh, where'd you go?
I have to get one thing. I'm just going to stand up for a second.
Yeah, we still got some time here to. All right, well, it's, who's got there? Alex, I'm going to mute you. I think you got your microphone on. Oh, you did it. Thanks. All right, well, it's 10 a.m. Looks like we have everyone we're expecting in terms of the representatives for the parties. We may have some witnesses still joining in. Hang on. But we can get started once we see. Do we have our? I gotta pin our court reporter to my screen here, so I make sure we. Where is she? There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah, got you there. Great. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Yep.
All right. All set, Debbie?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Docket 9835 CE100, the application of Foundry Ridge Energy Center for a CPCN to construct what we're calling the Foundry Ridge Energy Center. My name is Michael Newmark, the Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. And we are on Zoom with parties and commission staff in attendance. And we are inviting the public to join us through the live stream on YouTube. And I'm just going to display that on the screen. Our YouTube channel for public observation is here. And so that's currently up and running. And what we're doing here today is the party hearing session. So we're here to receive evidence from the parties and commission staff. And those witnesses that we call will be subject to cross-examination. Transcript and those documents we receive here today will be part of the record that will be transmitted to the commissioners for decision-making purposes. We've also held the public hearing session last week at the Darien Public Library, the Senior Center in the basement. And the transcript of that session is completed. It's on IRF at the moment. That will be submitted to the commissioners as well. And as we go through the offered evidence list, you'll see the PSC comment exhibit will contain the written comments that we've received during the comment period, the current comment period. And the documents that'll be listed in that exhibit are the ones that I've accepted for the record, and that'll also be transmitted to the commissioners. So, so at this point, we're in the party session, and let's start with appearances. Then we'll do that on the record. Got our service list here, and we'll just go down the list here in alpha order with Citizens Utility Board.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Narvi, Citizens Utility Board.
All right, thanks. Foundry Ridge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jess Polakowski and Abby Nilsson on behalf of Foundry Ridge Energy Center. I did just note in the service list that my name is misspelled.
I did it again. Okay, sorry about that. It's it's a vestige of some mistake that just keeps repeating over and over again. Hang on. Okay, we'll correct that. Painter, Aaron Painter, is that right? Who's representing the painters?
Attorney Matthew Fernholz is appearing on behalf of Aaron Painter. I see that Charlie Hoffman is still listed on the service list. He can be removed. He is no longer at our firm.
Okay, and so to correct the service list, I'd need a request to modify the list. Did I receive that?
I have not filed that, no.
Okay, well, that was in the that's in the FMO, so I can do it this time based on your representation, but in the future, please follow that process. Understood?
Understood.
Okay, thanks. Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Garcia, Assistant General Counsel for the Public Service Commission.
And Kelly Scott.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Scott here.
All right, great. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. So let's turn our attention to, I think the first off is there is what was a pending motion, couple of motions for, or requests for commission, I'm sorry, requests for ALJ order. You may have seen that issue, a decision issue in writing. So it's not quite pending anymore, but it did just go out this morning, and I do apologize for that delay. Because of the complexity of the decision, especially if there's a footnote, can't really do that on email. So it had to go through our kind of longer, more intensive order process where we go through a workflow and put the whole thing in more of a formal order here. The emails, of course, are issued much quicker. So although it is the day of the hearing, the order has been issued, and I do have that on the screen here. Just going to clear up the view.
And just for clarity's sake, Your Honor, and given the tight timeline we've got for briefing as well, I do think it would be helpful to have a date certain by which your order must be complied with. I would suggest by the end of this week or 7/24.
Okay, well, I haven't gotten to that point yet, so just wanted to note that, as the order says, the request of FREC to compel went into effect automatically, as it's described here, and the order, the request for protective order from AP, Aaron Painter, is denied. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I was actually going to ask if there was some other remedy necessary because of the timing of this order. At this point, I don't really have a process by which any information that gets discovered comes into play at the hearing. So, I mean, the hearing will be over. For it to be entered into the record, we'd have to go through some other process. So that process is to be determined. I think it would come upon a request to offer additional evidence, post-hearing evidence. I'll leave that up to the applicant, the recipient of that information to request. Yeah, I don't have a problem setting a date for compliance if that's what makes sense. It seems to make sense here. So let me ask Attorney Fernholz at this point, how long would it take, what's a reasonable time frame to respond with the information requested?
Judge, it's an extensive interrogatories and request to admit, so I'd ask for the 21 days in the standard order to respond from the date of today's order.
Okay, and any response from the applicant?
Yes, I think at the very least, I would go with a shortened period for responding to discovery post rebuttal. 21 days just puts us too close to our initial briefing deadline for us to do anything meaningful with that information.
Okay. Let me just check our schedule here. Okay, so the initial brief is due August 14th. So I think I'm going to go with, I'll give you a couple extra days. I can do, well, you have to get it in the record if we need it. So I can give you to July 30th at 4 p.m. to comply with the order to compel and that discovery that's requested. So let's set that as the deadline for that. And then, yeah, like I said, if any of the information is going to go into the record, it's going to need a further process. To be honest with you, I don't know if it's going to meet that briefing deadline in order to do that, but well, I guess we'll play it by ear and see what happens. I mean, technically, a request like this could be stipulated by the parties and commission staff and go into effect automatically under our FMO process. That would speed things up. I mean, I don't know if there'd be much of an objection to documents from the painters in terms of their authenticity, but you know, there may be further vetting and process that would be needed before those documents can be accepted for the record. So so we'll play it by ear. If we just get them to the parties and have them filed by the 30th at 4 p.m. and then we'll figure it out from there.
Judge, you had said have them filed.
Yeah.
I'm not. You mean served and to opposing counsel, or filed through the IRF system?
No, all discovery is served and filed. That's what it says in the FMO. So now you can request confidential status of documents that are filed on IRF. So I encourage you to use that process, but please follow it. Where the documents, and you can look to, let's just go over this. All right, so if you look at our pre-earned conference memo, and the FMO talks about confidentiality, that process would be filed for a request to file anything under confidential cover. It needs to be anything that's claimed as confidential should be redacted in the public version and highlighted. That should look like a gray highlight in the confidential version, so we'll know by sight what you're requesting confidentiality for. You'll need to fill out the confidentiality form that's on IRF, and that requires that you choose a standard by which you're requesting confidentiality, and then explain why that information that you're claiming is confidential meets that standard. So please be specific and complete on that. And if we can understand your request, staff can accept it, and we can move on without any delay. If there's questions about it, that may delay getting those documents through. But it's up to you to justify confidentiality. So yes, it's served and it's filed. Data requests and discovery responses. Okay. Any questions, Attorney Fernald?
I don't. And then we have not received any filed discovery of the case so far. So and that goes both ways between Mr. Painter and Foundry Ridge. And the parties had agreed to a confidentiality agreement governing discovery between them as well.
Right. That, and as they should. Yes, that's correct. I guess I don't understand if you haven't. I mean, discovery is on IRF. As far as I know, has there been an issue with that? Can anyone inform me whether we've not received discovery?
I believe, Your Honor, that we've responded to everything that has been issued to us and have filed our responses on IRF as well.
Okay. Well, I'm showing the IRF data request /response document type on the screen share, and I see 67 entries, both the requests from staff and the responses, but the responses should be both from staff's requests and discovery requests. So I see, like, we see the FREC response to Painter's first set of discovery requests on IRF, for one example, and that should have been served as well. So yeah, just if there is an issue, someone should be letting me know in a formal, some sort of formal request, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen a problem with that in the past. All right. So any other questions about the order on the discovery requests? No? All right. Okay, so the other matter, so let me ask just generally, is there anything, any motions now pending or motions that are, would be addressed or made today timely? Anything we need to address?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. And then when it comes to, I guess the next order of business is really looking at the offered evidence list, but I know there was some consternation about witness appearances and the timing of that. So let's clear that up first so we know who's appearing and in what order. Just going to display the offered evidence list. Here's the one that I sent out to parties and staff yesterday. Just cover up the notes for now. So just for the applicant, my understanding is applicant's going to call all of its witnesses on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor, that's our intention. I think it will be very brief. With a couple of exceptions, I do have some limited questions for a couple of different witnesses just to complete the record. But I expect our direct examinations will be very brief.
All right. And how many witnesses will be adding testimony? Just the number?
3 total, I believe.
3. Okay. All right. And do we know of any cross for those witnesses, for any applicant witness at this point?
It is my understanding that there will be no cross-examination, and of course, pending any questions on the new information presented.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So then for Painter, we have our 3 witnesses that may have had some timing issues. I appreciate the response we received from Attorney Fernholtz regarding modifying the expected timeframes that they would appear. Let's just review that, and I'll try to accommodate that timing as best as I can. So for the Lendowski appearance, when do we expect? When is that witness available?
Dr. Lewandowski is available during the lunch hour, noon to 1, and I will text him. He's seeing patients in the morning, but I can text him to see if he's available earlier, but that's my anticipation. The other 2 witnesses, Scott McWilliams and Dr. Patz, they are both here and available.
Okay, any limitations during the day for those witnesses?
They're actually logged on to Zoom right now and then are available, but I think they're available throughout the day, is my understanding.
Okay, all right, great. I didn't see any other indications for other witnesses, so I'm assuming you can all wait out the normal process and appear when it's your turn. And as we go through the process, our typical order of events here would be the applicant witnesses first, then we take the interveners in alphabetical order as you see it on the screen, and then commission staff goes last. So in the order of the offered evidence list, essentially. And just to make sure everyone understands, the FMO does explain this, that the order that a party or staff takes their witnesses is up to them once it's their turn. So I think given the number of applicant witnesses, we'll start with the applicant. We'll try to get Lewandowski in at noon. I'll accommodate that noontime appearance, and then we'll see what time frame we have at that point, and or we may take McWilliams and Pat's first and up into the noon hour. It just depends on the timing. So like I said in my email, yesterday's email, I don't expect this hearing to go very long, but we're here till the end. So and I'm sure we will not need a spillover day, but I think that's all we need to do for appearances. So did we have any witnesses where there's no cross at the moment, and I can then excuse them for if they file their verify their testimony by affidavit? And it didn't look like applicant was calling everyone. So basically, I guess my question is there any cross for the painter exhibits, the painter witnesses?
I do have cross-examination for the three.
Okay, so they'll need to appear. How about for Kelly Scott, any cross?
I also have some cross for Ms. Scott as well.
Okay, and then staff usually will appear. That's not a problem for staff. We'll just keep them on the list. All right, so that's good. So now the next question, just limited to the way I've laid out the documents for the offered evidence. Try to get it all in. I don't think. Yeah, there we go. Got it all on the screen. So just for the applicants, the documents here have identified the offered evidence correctly. Any errors or omissions?
No errors or omissions, Your Honor, and I think your clarifications are straightforward, and we'll get those corrections submitted.
Okay, thanks. I'll ask that next. But
Your Honor, I do have a question. I have.
Okay, I'm not ready for you yet. Hang on.
Oh,
Hang
sorry.
on. You're okay. No worries. How about for Aaron Painter? Have I identified the filings correctly? Any errors or omissions?
You have, Your Honor, and I did have. There was.
Okay.
I saw.
That'll be the next question. Comments will be next. Okay. Ms. Scott, have I identified your filings correctly? Just if the list has the documents correctly listed. Oh, let me show you
Yes.
all. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll ask you.
I can see it now.
Yeah. Okay. And staff, I got all the documents identified correctly.
Your Honor, there will be a post-hearing data request exhibit. So that would be X PAC DRRR.
Yes, you're right. Sorry about that. And can I ask you? Oh, so it'll be number 2. Is that? DRR-R. Is that what
DRR-R. That's correct.
Okay, too many R's in there. Okay. -R. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so let's work backwards then. I think the applicant already indicated this, but just let me know if you have any questions about the comments.
No questions here?
Okay, and we'll get back to Aaron Painter. Any questions about the comments?
The only question I had was on the SIR rebuttal testimony for Dr. Lewandowski. It looked like there was a issue with the citation to the exhibit. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, I think there was no. There we go. Popped up here somewhere. Okay, so let's see. That's. Did I get that? Maybe the page number is wrong. I think the idea was there was no. It didn't. Oh. Wait a second. It was simply missing, I think. Yeah. So it's best we want to be able to cross-reference those documents with the way we name them. I think I'm not sure if I had the page number right. Okay, yeah, right. So the EPA's risky reasoning. Yeah, if you could just add a citation to the exhibit, that's what I'm talking about there.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it?
That was it.
Okay. And commission staff, any questions?
Your Honor, I just wanted to double check the notes at the bottom for witness Whitens and Masho, that's just a note to change that formatting in the future to make it capable not to refile.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't put refile in there. That's fine. Yeah, note to the future. That's fine.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, excellent. So we've got all of our people set up here. So I think if there's nothing else before we call our first witness, we can get started.
I do have a correction.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
We did.
So it's actually within my surrebuttal testimony.
Yeah.
I saw your corrections on there and they make sense, but I actually referenced the wrong exhibit. I referenced exhibit 2, but it was supposed to be 3 within the actual testimony.
Okay, so that's
It's line 9.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I can make that correction as well.
Yeah, so when you refile, just
Okay.
should be 3. I see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. I'm sorry I didn't catch that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to switch the view a bit. I'm just going to give you my working document so I can adjust it when we need to. All right, I think we're good to go. So let's call our first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant calls Mr. Cody Fridley.
Okay, I see you there. I'm going to, I think it's probably good enough if I can see you. I'm not going to highlight you or spotlight you at this point. Should be. Well, here's what I'll do. No. Okay, we'll just leave you as it is. All right, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. So I'll pass you on to Attorney Hudson Polakowski. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Cody Fridley.
Mr. Fridley, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a technical manager for all 4.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 4 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Have you also prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony in the amount of 3 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Fridley is available for cross-examination.
Okay, any questions for the witness? Well, hearing none, thanks, you're excused. Go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant calls Mr. Alex Hrinchek.
See you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Can you just speak up a little bit more when you're answering questions, please?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Alex Hrinchak.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm thermal engineering manager at Invenergy.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 14 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Hrinchek is available for cross-examination.
All right, any questions? No? All right, thanks, you're excused. Take the next witness.
Applicant calls Joanna Seabright.
All right. If I can find you here. Ah, I see you there. Okay, great. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Joanna Sivright.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed at Invenergy as a senior manager of environmental compliance and strategy.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 7 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Ms. Sivright is available for cross-examination.
Any questions for the witness? No? All right, thanks. You're excused. Go ahead.
Applicant's next witness is Mr. Nicholas Konefal.
All right, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Konefal.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I employ with all four as a managing consultant.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 4 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Konefal is available for cross-examination.
Any questions? Hearing none, you're excused. Thanks.
Applicant's next witness, Dan Dick.
Dix, you said?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I don't know why I already marked him as green. Okay, don't ask me. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Dan Dix.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a technical director with all four.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 7 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I have.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
There were many comments that were submitted last week at the public hearing with regard to the air quality issues associated with the Canadian wildfires. Did you do any analysis of the air quality in the area of the project as a result of the Canadian wildfire events?
Yes, I reviewed DNR operated PM 2.5 ambient air monitoring data from the last week.
Excuse me, you said DNR operated, and then what was the next word?
Ambient monitoring data.
Ambient. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I just want to interject for a sec. So the witness is commenting on the public comments. I just want to make sure I understand the process here. And just on the stand, we'll just read in some findings that he has, the witness has investigated regarding the situation as described. I just want to make sure everyone understands where we're headed. Okay, all right. So go ahead, we'll continue on.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Dix, I apologize, I may be repeating myself, but just so everything is clear, I believe you testified that you did do some analysis with regard to the air quality in the project area as a result of the Canadian wildfire events. What, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to the air quality in the project area as a result of the Canadian wildfire events?
I was able to review measured ambient concentrations over the last week and saw that average PM 2.5 concentrations ranged from 40 to 50 micrograms per cubic meter.
And Mr. Dix, how does that PM 2.5 air quality level associated with the Canadian wildfire events compare to the anticipated PM 2.5 impacts and emissions associated with this project?
As part of this project, I conducted PM 2.5 air dispersion modeling that showed worst case 24-hour impacts of less than 1 microgram per meter cubed. So approximately 2% of what we've seen from the Canadian wildfires.
Thank you, Mr. Dix. And with that, Mr. Dix is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Any questions for the witness? No? All right. So I just wanted to point out, like, of course, this is an expert witness who deals with air quality issues, but we don't have the documentation in terms of what the witness has looked at and what's the basis of those findings. We're not having any cross, or we seem to be accepting that. So I just want to make sure we understand where we're at in the process at this point. Of course, commission staff still remains open to testify in response to what has been presented at the hearing. So if that's something they want to address, they can, but I'll just leave it at that. So any cross for the witness? No? All right, great, thanks, you're excused.
Applicant's next witness is Mr. Michael Hankard.
Okay, there you are. I know I'd recognize you on screen if I saw you.
Good morning, George.
Good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Hankard.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Hankard Environmental, Inc., and I am the owner and principal acoustical consultant at that firm.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 9 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Hankard is available for cross-examination.
Any questions? Hearing none, you're excused. Thanks.
Thank you.
Applicant's next witness is Mr. David Loomis.
All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
David Loomis.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am president of Strategic Economic Research, LLC.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 7 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
With that, Mr. Loomis is available for cross-examination.
All right, any questions? No, you're excused. Thanks.
Thank you.
Applicant's next testimony is Mr. Michael Maroos.
Okay. See you there. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael S. Maroos.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Maroos and Company, an Illinois corporation. I'm the president and sole stockholder.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 6 pages and 1 exhibit?
Correct.
Have you also prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony in the amount of 16 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Maroos, since submitting your testimony in this case, have you learned of any additional sales that are relevant to your analysis?
2 additional sales, yes.
I'm going to ask you a couple of different questions about each sale. First, let's start with where is the first sale that you identified as relevant to your analysis that has occurred since your testimony?
W9650 Creek Road, Darien, Wisconsin.
How close is that property to the proposed project?
3,300 feet.
I'm going to interrupt for a sec here. When was this information made available to the witness?
When was the information? I'm not sure I understand your question, Your Honor.
Yeah, when did the witness know about these 2 additional sales?
Would you like me to answer that, or do you want him to answer that?
If he can answer, sure. Go ahead.
Your Honor, in preparation for the hearing in the past week and a half to 2 weeks.
Okay. Any comments? I mean, this is something that could have been presented as a request for additional evidence or supplemental direct.
I suppose it could have. I didn't see anything that would prohibit this information coming in this way through live testimony at the hearing.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll allow it. There doesn't seem to be.
Judge, if I may, as long as I'm permitted to cross-examine the witness, then I'm not going to object.
Okay, that's fine. Just, I'm going to give everyone a fair shot here. Okay, go ahead. Proceed with the questioning.
My apologies, Mr. Maroos. Could you just restate for me the address of the property that was sold that you referenced, and the proximity to the project area?
W9650 Creek Road, Darien, Wisconsin, approximately 3,300 feet southwest of the proposed project.
For each property, I'm going to ask you the same questions, but for the property you're discussing now, when was it listed?
May 7th, 2026.
And how long was it on the market before it sold?
Approximately 5 days before a contract and about 40 days before closing from the time it was listed, or a little over 30 days after the contract.
And when did the property sell?
June 18th, 2026.
What was the asking price for that property?
$550,000.
And what was the sale price?
$545,000, about 1% less.
What was the square footage of that property?
It was 1,810 square feet, sitting on like 4.4 acres.
And at the time of the sale, was the Foundry Ridge Energy Center project public information and publicly known?
Yes.
Were you able to speak with either the buyer's agent or the seller's agent for that sale?
Yes, I spoke with the seller's agent.
And what, if anything, did you learn from the seller's agent?
I'm going to object. I'm going to object to that on hearsay grounds.
Okay. Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. This is an witness can rely on information that
I'm sorry, you broke up for me. You said yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. This is an expert witness who can rely on information that is of the type that it is reasonably relied upon in his practice. I would submit that this is exactly the type of that information that is. Additionally, I would note that the rules of evidence are not strictly applicable in this proceeding.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
The selling broker indicated that there was strong demand for the property. There was only one hard contract in the 5-day period, and there was no pushback from proximity to solar arrays and also the proposed energy center project.
When you say there was no pushback, does that mean there was no, the buyer or the agent did not indicate any impact on value associated with either the solar project or the Foundry Ridge Energy Center?
Correct. And in the listing, a mention was not made of either, where as a broker, if there's a negative influence or an issue with the property, it's something that really should be disclosed. In fact, there was more positive comments as to the serene setting and the views. But no, there was no negative impact based on these, the proposed use and the current solar uses. In fact, the seller had indicated a negativity towards solar when it was first announced, and actually preferred the solar once it was developed and they became used to it.
How does the distance of that property that you're discussing compare to the distance from the Scott's residence to the proposed project?
The Scott's residence is 2,300 feet from the back edge of the building of their house to the proposed project, but they have intervening trees and also farm buildings blocking the majority of views, and the main orientation of the Scott house and the deck is facing to the north, which would have no views of the project.
And how does the distance compare to the distance from the painter's residence to the proposed project?
Almost identical. The painter's is in that range of 3,300 feet from the edge of the house, which again, that house orientates mainly to the west towards the public open land. The front would be the one orientating towards the proposed project. And it's also 3,300 feet. And there's intervention of other buildings, trees, corn, solar panels, etc.
And Mr. Maroos, were you able to determine whether that sale was an arm's length transaction?
Yes, it was reported that it was arm's length.
Hang on, I just wanted to know, did the witness describe the distance between this new property and the project and what was intervening?
Yes, I believe he said it was 3,300 square feet. Is that right, Mr. Maroos?
3,300 lineal feet.
Ah, thank you.
And to answer Your Honor's point, there's intervention of this house with quite a few outbuildings and farm buildings on the sale property, including some mature trees.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Mr. Maroos, I'd like to talk now about the second sale that you discovered since submitting your testimony in this case. When was that property listed for sale?
May 22nd, 2026.
And where is that property located?
13448 East Creek Road, Darien, Illinois, Darien, Wisconsin, which is the same road that sale one is located at.
And how were you able to determine how far from the project that particular property is?
Approximately 4,200 feet. So it's a little farther than the first sale, but it's still in the area.
How long was that property on the market before it sold?
4 days before there were multiple contracts.
And what was the date of the sale?
The listed was May 22nd, 2026. The contract was May 26th, 2026. And the closing was 30 days later, June 26, 2026, a few weeks ago.
What was the asking price of that property?
$499,900.
What was the sale price?
$480,000, about 96% of the asking price.
What was the square footage of that property?
About 1,700 square feet. And again, there were outbuildings that went with it.
How does the distance of that property compare to the distance from the project of the Scott's residence?
It's a little farther away. It's 4,200 feet compared to the Scott's 2,300 feet.
And how does this distance compare to the distance from the painter's residence to the proposed project?
It's a little farther, 4,200 feet compared to about 3,300 feet.
And were you able to speak with either the seller's or the buyer's agent for this property?
Yes, I was able to speak to the seller's agent.
What did you learn from the seller's agent?
There was strong demand for the property. There was no listing in the MLS indicating a negativity for the proximate solar panels, which there are, and also the proposed project. Neither was a deterrent to value like any other typical real estate deal. Some people had concern with the solar. There was no mention of the energy project, but there were numerous that there was no deal. And as long as there's, in my experience, at least two interested parties, all you need is one to make a deal, but it had no impact. And the short marketing period was further supportive, and the 96% of the asking price was further supported. I would like to go back onto the first sale because that had a previous transaction, I believe, about in May of 2021 for $395,000. So it had received an upgraded flooring, an upgraded kitchen, but over the time period, it sold from 545,000 compared to a 2021 sale of 395,000, which is a significant increase.
Were you able to determine whether this second sale that you're referencing was an arm's length transaction?
Yes, it was.
What, if anything, do these two sales tell you about the conclusions that you reached in your report and your rebuttal report?
Very supportive, of a solid real estate market and no negative impact based on the proposed project.
With that, Mr. Marus is available for cross-examination.
All right. Okay, we'll take questions first from Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Marus. Could you say again the address of the second property? I didn't catch that in your direct testimony.
Just a second, off the record. Please introduce yourself to the witness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Attorney
Matthew Fernholz, representing intervener Aaron Painter.
Good morning. 13448 East Creek Road, Darien, Wisconsin, which lies just a little west of Clowes Road, which the Painters are driveway is on.
And Mr. Marus, you and I have met before at the Painter property last month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you about the Painter property in your report. Do you have an opinion on what the value of the Painter property will be if the peaker plant that Foundry Ridge is proposing is constructed and is operational at the current proposed site?
In my opinion, there will have no change in value, assuming the peaker plant was completed today. So we have the same snapshot in time, date, but there will be no different value. I have not provided an exact numerical value, though.
You are not asked to perform an appraisal of the property, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion on whether, if the gas plant is constructed at the current proposed site, it would negatively impact the value of the Painter property?
In my opinion, it would not. It would not have an impact on the Painter property. In fact, the positive economics for the area and the supportive positive economics for the region, in my opinion, long-term would have a positive impact.
Do you agree with me that you talked about these other two properties that had sold recently? Those are significantly lower in value than the projected value of the Painter property. Do you agree with me?
I do.
Would you agree with me?
But their price is significantly above the mid price in the Darien area in the last couple of years. So it shows an upward increase in value and shows that these might be at the upper end of the Darien value range.
Do you agree with me that the Painter property would be considered higher end in terms of value of properties in Darien, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that higher end properties generally are impacted more than lower end properties by utility projects?
It really depends on the situation and the shielding and the issues with utility construction and the distance away and the health safety risk, the aesthetics, etc.
Do you agree then that there are circumstances when utility projects can reduce the value of properties?
existing older plants that emit noxious fumes and smells and have significant noise and proximate to luxury residential properties, which is really contrary to the situation. I wouldn't disagree with you.
Okay. Am I hearing your answer correctly that you are exempting a natural gas peaker plant from the types of utility projects that could reduce property values?
Object to the extent that it mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled. I'll let him answer. He can answer more than a yes and no. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The answer is properly cited with modern technology, proper shielding, consideration of height and character to the area, and the fact that they have a max on this situation operating of 20% of the time, and there's basically no smoke. That's far contrary to the old coal plants and other gas plants that were of different character, and many times were within, let's say, 1,000 to 1,200 feet of a residence. In this situation, the Painter property, the house is about 3,300 feet away, and the house orientation takes advantage of the attractive open space to the west.
You referenced 20% operation. I think you meant that the proposed peaker plant will be operating 20% during a typical day. Is that correct?
No, to clarify it, they have a max of operating 20% of the entire year. So 365, 24/7. That's the limitations, and it's generally in peak load periods. So if they were operating at a higher percentage early on in the year, they could utilize their max and be done and not be able to be utilized the rest of the year, as I understand it.
If that operating percentage went beyond 20%, would that change your testimony?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
And I may respond. He's an expert witness, so I think he can answer that.
I think I'll allow him to answer on the hypothetical. Go ahead.
I would have, so hypothetically, as I understand it, it exceeds what can be done in this situation. And it depends what the limit was and what the other impacts. And if it goes to 21% or 25%, probably de minimis. If it goes to 99%, it was something I'd have to consider, but it's a severe limitation on the amount of time that this plant can operate compared to, let's say, a nuke plant or a coal plant or other fossil fuel type situations.
Are you familiar with the term stigmatized property?
I'm very familiar. I'm cited, I think, in both Randall Bell's books, who's written probably the best books on stigmatized value. So yes.
Okay. Describe to me your definition of a stigmatized property.
It's basically when there is something that happened on the property that, let's say, there was an oil spill where there was concern that was remediated, or a situation where you had a freight rail that was nearby, very close, where they had the opportunity to create basically an intermodal, which might increase that noise and activity 20 times, or there was a negative impact of an evidence of some catastrophic act that happened onto a property, or some other negativity in the market. Those are just some examples.
In your professional experience, have you ever appraised stigmatized properties?
I have.
And have you ever appraised stigmatized properties that received their stigma as a result of a utility project?
It's interesting question. So the answer is yes. The ExxonMobil plant, Joliet, Illinois, which is a very heavy producer of oil and significant truck traffic and obviously fumes and smoke, which actually had a positive impact on proximate industrial development, but generally residential development would have, a setback of at least 2,500 to 3,000 feet. But, that is a whole different type situation than the subject, and that's probably a 50-year-old plant that operates differently. And it's 24/7, except when they shut it down every summer for 2 weeks for maintenance.
In that circumstance, did you appraise residential property?
No, I appraised land in the area and took into consideration the highest and best use, but also took into consideration the very heavy operation and older operation of that type of use.
Okay, so to return to my earlier question, have you done an appraisal on residential property that you determined was stigmatized by a utility project?
Probably not utility, but a railroad intermodal, which has some similar characteristics just because of the diesel fumes of the trucks utilizing the area and the amount of trains and the noise of the trains and the potential pollution from the trains. And, the fact that they're carrying oil and coal on them also.
And where was that property located that you appraised?
Wilmington, Illinois.
And did you conclude that any of the residential properties near this railroad station decreased in value?
It probably changed the highest and best use because of the change in character and would make the industrial properties increase in land from the residential value of 20,000 an acre to over $100,000 an acre. So it just increased that value and changed the highest and best use. But again, it's a whole different character in comparison to the subject.
Okay, but by changing the highest and best use, that did decrease the property values, correct?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, it really did. It just changed the highest and best use and made land significantly more desirable. But again, it's a different comparison. So by that, possibly before the intermodal, the industrial and residential values might have been $15,000 or $20,000 an acre. But after the intermodal was coming, it raised the value to $100,000 per acre. So it was, a benefit to the property owner.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the witness?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I do just have one follow-up, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, just let's get a chance for the interveners, commission staff. Nothing? Okay. So go ahead, Attorney Hudson Polakowski, with follow-up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly, Mr. Marus, would you consider the Scott or Painter residences to be stigmatized properties?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because there's nothing in the area that effectively is going to change that would have a stigmatized impact. There's a trucking type company that's proximate to both of those that has active trucks. It's a kind of a fruit distribution company. But that was also proximate particularly to my new sale number one. The solar farm has been planned and it's been up and operational for about a year and a half. And there's no indication based on my initial review of sales and then these two additional sales and my other experience with solar that there's been any stigma at all. In fact, the values have gone up, and the proposed energy project, in my observation, opinion, and analysis, will be just the continued fabric of the community in southern Wisconsin, particularly with the setbacks and the way it's so designed.
Thank you. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Maroos.
Okay, any follow-ups from the interveners or commission staff?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. So this witness is excused. So I do want to reiterate for the record that I allowed this testimony, this additional direct. There was no objections here today from interveners or commission staff, but I am slightly uncomfortable by the timing. I think the record would have benefited from an exhibit with the residences in question marked for the commission's review. I'm not going to allow that now, but I would say that in the future, the applicant should be wary of this and get in this type of evidence. If it's gathered before the hearing, to file a request to offer additional evidence and to provide some document that would, demonstrative exhibit that would help us understand it. So, we have Red Oak Ridge is coming up soon. So just in case there's a plan to do this again, I won't allow this additional evidence on the stand without some sort of request with documentation. All right, so let's move on to the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Applicant calls Dr. Caitlin Hall.
See you there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
State your name for the record.
My name is Dr. Caitlin Hall.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by RU, where I'm a principal epidemiologist and biostatistician.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony in the amount of 37 pages and 7 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as is set forth in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Lewandowski?
Yes, I've reviewed the rebuttal of Dr. Lewandowski.
Does the rebuttal testimony cause you to change any of your conclusions? And could you please state briefly what your response to the rebuttal testimony is?
No, the rebuttal doesn't change my conclusions because it still doesn't do the work those conclusions require. Determining whether this project will harm the Painter family takes 3 steps: identify the hazard, estimate the actual exposure at their home, and characterize the risk. Dr. Lewandowski still only does the first step, which is identifying hazards. Also, he recast the National Ambient Air Quality Standards as just policy judgments, setting an acceptable level of health losses, and that's not what they are. By law, those standards must protect public health, including asthmatics, children, and the elderly, with an adequate margin of safety built in for scientific uncertainty. Throughout, he treats tiny increases in air concentrations as the same thing as harmful exposure, and they are not. An increase in a concentration, a real exposure, and then having that exposure pose any actual health risk are 3 different things, and they require scientific evidence, like modeled air concentrations at the painter's home, an exposure assessment, and a risk assessment, which he does not provide. And finally, he points to my screening exhibit, Exhibit 5, as if it proves that the project will cause deaths and heart attacks, and it does not. I applied the COBRA tool to the Foundry Ridge project only to show how it is smaller than the two projects combined, as reported in the MIU report. My estimate indicates the highest increase in annual average PM 2.5 for any county would be 0.00136 microgram per meter cubed. That's smaller than the MIU reported 0.0176 microgram per meter cubed, which had the second facility, Red Oak Ridge, folded into it. Both are vanishingly small. I did not produce a risk assessment for any health endpoints for this concentration, but only showed screenshots of the model and provided its output for transparency, as the benefit per ton estimations are unreliable to be reported as any actual harm or health effects to any real persons, as stated by the EPA. The COBRA health benefits or harms are statistical constructs that are spread across the national population, and in the MIU report were estimated below the PM 2.5 concentration ranges the underlying epidemiological studies can support.
Dr. Hall, do you agree with Dr. Lewandowski's conclusion at page 2, line 22 of his rebuttal testimony, that your analysis and the MIU report both confirm that the exposure to toxic chemicals?
Only in a narrow sense and not exactly the way he means it. Neither my analysis nor the MIU report showed that. The only robust modeling of the Painter residence was done by Mr. Dix, who modeled a worst case scenario, the maximum 24-hour PM 2.5 under full operation, and found the project might add up to 0.97 microgram per meter cubed at their home. Even that worst case didn't change the region's ambient air PM 2.5 levels to be above the national ambient air quality standards. These are all models running worst case or deliberately conservative assumptions, which compound, and each one carries uncertainty, meaning it's entirely possible that the Painter family sees no meaningful changes in air concentration at their residence at all. And exposure to toxic chemicals also implies harm, and that's the part that no one has shown. In plain terms, exposure means how much of something you come into contact with and for how long. These pollutants are already in the air at some background level. The real question isn't whether the project adds any mass, but whether the additions create an exposure and a risk worth worrying about. Answering that question takes a hazard identification, an exposure assessment, and a risk characterization, all components that are already built into the regulatory paradigm of the Clean Air Act. Neither report did any of those, so neither one confirms harmful exposure to the Painter family.
Dr. Hall, Dr. Lewandowski states that though the vulnerability formula is not explicitly stated in my report outlines a myriad of exposures and the Painter family susceptibilities by an individual. Dr. Hall, can we determine anything about the health impacts that the Painter family members will experience from the emissions associated with the Foundry Ridge Energy Center operations?
Not by what Dr. Lewandowski has provided, because he did not complete the analysis needed to answer that question. Listing reported emitted compounds from a source and then listing the health endpoints that they can cause, which is determined from the literature, does not mean that any person will be exposed at all, let alone to the levels that could potentially increase the risk of actual health outcomes. Instead, what Dr. Lewandowski performed was more of a hazard assessment. The next step would be an exposure assessment, and he concedes he never estimated the concentration of any pollutant at the Painter property, so he could have not performed an exposure assessment or a subsequent risk assessment for the Painter family. In other words, he cannot confirm the family is exposed any different than background air. However, the Clean Air Act has done these types of analysis to set the national ambient air quality standards and the technology controls. So we can assume that because the project is in compliance with these regulations, there would not be harm to the Painter family.
Dr. Hall, you've mentioned in your testimony now a couple of times an exposure assessment and a risk assessment. Can you just define and explain what those two types of assessments are and what's involved with those assessments?
Sure. An exposure assessment measures how much of a pollutant actually reaches people where they live and for how long, and compares that to what's already in the air around them. For an air source, that usually means dispersion modeling to estimate the concentration of emitted compounds at a specific spot, like a nearby home. It answers the question, how much is the family really breathing, and how does that compare to what they would already breathe in background air? A risk assessment informs on whether a pollutant can cause an effect at all, what effects occur and at what doses, the exposure assessment I just described, and finally putting those together to estimate the risk. The last step is what tells you whether and how much a source is expected to affect people's health. This is the standard EPA and ATSDR framework that I cited in my rebuttal. Dr. Lewandowski did only the first piece of naming pollutants and the effects that they can cause. He never estimated the family's exposure and characterized their risk. And without those, there's no basis to conclude that the project will harm them.
Dr. Lewandowski states that it is a false assertion to state that abiding by the NAAQS or the National Ambient Air Quality Standards will keep the family safe. And that's at page 3, line 13 of his testimony. Do you agree with that conclusion?
No, I don't. The National Ambient Air Quality Standards are not about a guarantee of absolute safety. No environmental standard and no ordinary activity of daily life can promise that. They are about air quality and about protecting public health with an adequate margin of safety built in. The Clean Air Act requires standards set at a level needed to protect public health, specifically including sensitive groups like asthmatics, children, and the elderly, with an adequate margin of safety on top. That margin is deliberately cautious. It's the buffer EPA adds to account for scientific uncertainty, including the very concern Dr. Lewandowski raises, that no clear, safe threshold has been pinned down. The standard is set below levels where effects have been shown, and then another safety buffer is added to make the number even lower. The current annual PM 2.5 standard is 9 microgram per meter cubed, and it was set in 2024 based on EPA's Integrated Science Assessment and its Independent Science Advisory Committee with the charge to protect at-risk people. A whole group of scientists tasked with protecting public health set these standards. So calling the standards an acceptable level of health losses mischaracterizes them. A source operating below the National Ambient Air Quality Standard is operating within the limits EPA and its scientists have judged protective of exactly the sensitive individuals he describes. He never showed the Painter family would be exposed to any pollutant above background or any health benchmark because he did not provide an exposure or risk assessment. Nothing in the record supports the claim that this project, operating below the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, will make the painters unsafe.
Dr. Hall, Dr. Lewandowski states that even by your analysis, the Foundry Ridge Energy Center will increase annual risks of death, heart attack, asthma symptoms, hospitalization, rhinitis incidents, and restricted work days, among other issues. Do you agree with that conclusion?
No, I do not. That misreads what my exhibit is and what the COBRA tool actually does. I included those tables in Exhibit 5 for transparency, so everyone could see exactly how I ran the tool and checked my work. I ran it for one reason, to show how much smaller the project's estimated maximum county level increase in average annual PM 2.5 concentrations would be if Red Oak Ridge emissions were removed. It reduced the estimated concentration from 0.0176 microgram per meter cubed to 0.0136 microgram per meter cubed. I never offered it as a prediction that the project will cause deaths or illnesses. The health numbers Dr. Lewandowski is pointing to are just what the COBRA tool spits out when emission numbers are put into it. They're not my findings. And these health numbers should be viewed as statistical constructs of estimated risk spread across the entire country, which is about 3,100 counties. The MIU report's figure of roughly 0.97 statistical deaths in the first year is the sum of minuscule risk added up nationwide across these 3,100 counties. EPA's own COBRA guidance says this kind of number does not correspond to the loss of any actual individual life. EPA confirmed in January 2026 that estimates produced this way are far too uncertain to rely on. So a screening tool returning a small fraction when you enter the project's actual emissions does not mean that the project will increase anyone's risk of death, heart attack, asthma, hospitalization, or lost work days. That the COBRA calculator produces a number above zero is not the same as those harms actually happen.
I'm sorry.
And the
I'm
EPA
sorry, something dropped.
We lost
Excuse
your
me.
audio.
Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
You said the COBRA calculator.
The COBRA calculator produces a number above zero is not the same as those harms actually happening. And EPA cautions against interpreting it as so.
Dr. Hall, do you agree with Dr. Lewandowski that operating Foundry Ridge Energy Center will increase the concentration of non-threshold pollutants around the Painter home?
I do in a limited sense. So any new source adds some amount to the air, though many factors determine whether those amounts actually reach nearby residents. But before I go further, I just want to make one clarification on my scope. My analysis focused on fine particulate matter because that is what Dr. Patz and Dr. Lewandowski rely upon, citing the MIU report in their testimony, which modeled PM 2.5. So that's what I evaluated. My task was to review their testimony and determine whether the emissions they identified translate into health harms they claim. For any pollutant, though, the framework for answering that is the same regulatory paradigm I described: hazard, exposure, and risk assessment. And that analysis was not done for the Painter family. I do not accept Dr. Lewandowski's use of non-threshold to mean that any amount added to the air equals harm to nearby residents. Non-threshold is a statistical assumption of the concentration response curves in the underlying studies. It means those studies assume some risk exists at every concentration, with no level at which risk is exactly zero. It does not mean there's actual harm at every added increment, nor does it mean that the underlying studies showed a statistically significant or clinically significant effect at every added increment. EPA openly acknowledges there's no risk-free level of exposure determined for any of the air criteria pollutants, largely due to the ambient air studies not able to measure conditions at zero concentrations because these compounds are ubiquitous in background air. So no threshold is not new information the EPA overlooked. It's the reason that the margin of safety exists. EPA already accounted for that residual non-threshold uncertainty when it set the standard below demonstrated harm levels with a buffer. There's no threshold, therefore does not get you to harm occurs below the NACs. The margin of safety is precisely the mechanism that answers that concern. So yes, the project adds a small amount to the air, but I disagree with how Dr. Lewandowski frames it, and that these increases would produce measurable exposures and harm, or that they would harm the Painter family. Dr. Lewandowski does not provide the analysis to support that claim, and in fact, the evidence demonstrates the contrary.
Dr. Hall, I just have one final question for you. Is there anything in Dr. Lewandowski's surrebuttal testimony that would change the opinions that you reached in your rebuttal testimony that Dr. Patz's and Dr. Lewandowski's testimony is not credible, reliable, or scientifically sound?
No.
Dr. Hall is available for cross-examination.
All right. Let's have questions starting with Aaron Painter.
Dr. Hall, Matthew Fernholz, I'm the attorney representing intervener Aaron Painter. In watching you testify, it appeared that you were reading from a document on your computer screen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have testimony pre-written out prior to today's hearing?
Just in what I read to you.
Okay, and that included the questions that Attorney Polakowski gave you along with the answers that you read?
Yes, sir.
And who prepared that document?
I prepared that document.
Is there anything else in the document that's in front of you right now that you did not include in your testimony today?
No.
Okay, those are all my questions.
All right. Other interveners or commission staff have questions? No? Okay. All right. That's it then. You're excused.
And Your Honor, applicant calls our last witness, Jonathan Shelton.
All right. And what time? Okay, we have time. Okay. Yes. So, Jonathan, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Shelton.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a director of project development with Invenergy.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony in the amount of 22 pages and 1 exhibit, and rebuttal testimony in the amount of 11 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would the answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
I have just a few additional questions for you, Mr. Shelton. Your rebuttal mentioned ongoing negotiations with Bud and Kelly Scott regarding a screening agreement. What is the current status of those negotiations?
Since I delivered the initial screening agreement to them back in February of 2026, I have not received any communications or outreach from the Scotts indicating that they would like to participate in this agreement.
And when was the last time you spoke with Mr. or Mrs. Scott?
I spoke with Mr. Scott yesterday.
Mr. Shelton, Foundry Ridge Energy Center is a natural gas generation facility, correct?
Yes.
Are there benefits associated with natural gas and electric generation?
Yes. Natural gas, electric
Hang on
generation.
just a second here. How is this responsive to rebuttal?
Your Honor, some issues were raised in the rebuttal testimony with regard to the negative health impacts of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center. And so this is responsive to that testimony, indicating that there are, in fact, benefits as well.
Okay, I'm a little uncomfortable with that expanding the scope. I think we've had a lot of testimony on air quality, both in the written testimony and in on the stand here today. I mean, the applicant certainly has had an opportunity to describe the benefits of the project and has done that. I'm not really sure if it's going to add value, probative value, to have us reiterate that here. So unless the witness can speak to air quality issues in addition to what we've already seen, I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Any comments from anyone else, or no? Okay, yeah. So we're gonna move on from that line of questioning.
All right. Then Mr. Shelton is available for cross-examination.
All right. Any questions for the witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right, so that witness is excused, and it is 11:30. I think unless I hear otherwise, I think we'll break till noon and we'll take witness Lindowski at the top of the hour. How's that sound?
Your Honor, I believe I'm completely fine taking a break, but if you wanted to continue using our time, there are additional witnesses that we could go to, I believe, that are available on camera now.
Well, I can take witness Scott and then see how much I do. I think we want to break at some point, and yeah, well, let's take Scott and then we'll break. Hopefully it won't be too long. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to reference to Dr. Patz and Dr. McWilliams, or excuse me, Mr. McWilliams appear to be on as well.
Right. So are we expecting additional testimony from those witnesses? And there's costs from for those witnesses, right? So I'm really not sure how long that's going to go. So let's take. If you're ready, witness Scott, I can take you now, and then we'll do Painter at noon. So just unmute there. I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth.
Yeah. Judge, I'm sorry. I think that Scott McWilliams is raising his hand, thinking you're referring to him, not Kelly. Scott.
No.
I just realized his name was Scott too.
You're right. Yeah. So witness Kelly Scott, please. That'd be a very confusing record. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay. All right. So yes, Kelly Scott. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. So state your name for the record, please.
Kelly Scott.
And you're the Kelly Scott intervening in this case, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
And you filed direct surrebuttal and 5 exhibits, is that right?
Correct.
And those documents are complete and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll just say yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And so at this point, you have an opportunity to add to your testimony in response to the surrebuttal or anything you've heard today. So please, you have that chance. So please go ahead and do that if you want.
I have nothing to add.
Nothing else? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Anyone have questions for the witness?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. My name is Jess Polakowski. I'm an attorney representing the applicant. I just have a few questions for you today, and I'll try to be as clear and concise as possible. First and foremost, Ms. Scott, you're not an engineer, are you?
I am not.
And you are not a land use planner either?
No.
You're not a toxicologist or an epidemiologist, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an educational background in environmental science?
No.
And you haven't prepared any independent analysis of the noise levels associated with the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Correct.
You haven't prepared any reports as to the impacts on environmental resources of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center?
No.
You haven't offered any expert testimony in this proceeding either, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony is about the concerns that you have about the effects associated with the project, correct?
Yes.
But you have not presented any evidence that those effects will in fact occur, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, it may be a bad question. Am I correct that you have not presented such evidence, or are you suggesting that you have presented evidence of such?
I have not.
Thank you. You testified about your concerns about the project's impacts on agriculture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the project area accounts for less than 1/10,000th of a percent of the land in the town of Darien?
Yes, I'm aware.
The project is not removing a large portion of agricultural land from farming use, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that Walworth County updated its farmland preservation plan in 2022?
No.
So then you were not aware that when Walworth County updated its farmland preservation plan, it noted a net removal of approximately 605 acres of farmland from the area as being a minimal 0.33% reduction?
I don't understand the question or its relevance.
Okay, yeah, you can move on. You don't have to answer that.
I will move on. You agree with me that the project's footprint is approximately 16 acres, correct?
I can agree that that's beyond the scope of what I testified about.
In your surrebuttal testimony, you discussed the site's enrollment in the Walworth County Farmland Preservation Program, correct?
Correct.
Now, enrollment in the Farmland Preservation Program doesn't prohibit development, correct?
From my understanding, doesn't for a utility.
And that's because utility uses are expressly permitted in the farmland preservation zones.
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Are you aware that utility uses are expressly allowed in farmland preservation zones in Walworth County?
Yes.
And are you aware that participation in a farmland preservation plan is voluntary?
Yes.
A landowner may decide at any time to remove their property from a farmland preservation plan, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Scott, Darien Solar is also located near your residence, correct?
Correct.
Were you also opposed to the Darien Solar project?
I never expressed an opinion about it either way.
As you are testifying here today under oath, were you in favor of the Darien Solar Energy project?
I moved to Darien after it was already in the works, I guess.
And is it fair to say, Ms. Scott, that you would be opposed to any energy facility, any energy generating facility located near your home?
That's beyond the scope of my testimony.
Are you able to answer that today, Ms. Scott?
No, because it's beyond the scope of what I testified about.
Your Honor, respectfully, I don't think this is beyond the scope of what she's testified about. She has testified as to her opposition to this project, and the opposition in particular due to the fact that it is a natural gas facility. And my question is simply, would she be opposed to any energy project?
So you're speaking in terms of a hypothetical
Correct.
energy project which has no specific form of generation or type of setup. It seems like sort of an impossible question to answer, so maybe just vague.
Sure, I'll be more specific. Ms. Scott, would you be opposed to a coal facility located nearby your home?
I am opposed to continuing to add energy projects on top of one another in the same area.
Ms. Scott, would you be opposed to a wind energy facility located near your home?
This is not relevant to my testimony.
Your Honor, I would respectfully request an answer to my question.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I'm not really sure how this is relevant to the case.
Ms. Scott, you would agree with me that in today's society, we rely on the provision of reliable electricity, correct?
I can't agree or disagree with you.
Ms. Scott, fair to say you like your lights to stay on when you need them and you like your air conditioning to continue running?
Again, it's not relevant to my testimony.
You operate a small farm at your residence?
We do.
Fair to say that farming depends upon reliable electric service as well, correct?
Again, this is not relevant to my testimony.
Okay, well, you're going to need to answer that. It's a basic question about the setup of your property.
Yes.
Okay.
And you've testified with regard to the location of the Darien Solar project that is operational in Darien. Would you agree with me, Ms. Scott, that placing multiple energy facilities in the same location actually contains the impacts on land use to one location?
I am not an expert. I don't know if I can properly answer that.
And you've expressed concerns in your testimony with regard to the project's impact on livestock operations, correct?
I'm sorry, on what operations?
Livestock.
Thank you.
Correct.
In particular, you've expressed concern that the project will have an impact on cattle breeding cycles. Is that right?
I focus more on the unknown.
And you have not presented, I'm sorry, I
Go
didn't
ahead.
mean to interrupt. You've not presented any evidence that there will be negative impacts on agricultural operations, correct?
Correct.
You've also expressed concerns associated with the emissions from Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Scott, do you keep cows on your property?
Yes.
Approximately how many cows do you have?
How is this relevant?
Are you able to answer the question, Ms. Scott?
35.
And do you also, have you performed any analysis of the emissions associated with the methane your cows are producing?
No.
You've expressed concern in your testimony about the proximity of the project to Turtle Creek, is that right?
Correct.
And in particular, you've stated that the proximity of the project to Turtle Creek deserves careful consideration, particularly regarding water-related impacts, true?
True.
Have you conducted any analysis of the potential impacts on the project to Turtle Creek?
No.
Can you identify any specific discharge from the project that will enter Turtle Creek?
I'm not sure what the discharge plan is at this time. Last I looked at it, there was a planned discharge to Little Turtle Creek, and then Invenergy stated that they were going to revise that. So I can't answer that.
And have you in fact reviewed Foundry Ridge's updated wastewater strategy?
No.
Would it change your opinion as to your concern about the proximity to Turtle Creek if you learned that Foundry Ridge does not plan to discharge to surface waters, including the Turtle Creek watershed?
I can't answer that.
You've stated in your testimony that that you have questions regarding whether the project complies with applicable setbacks, correct?
Correct.
Did you review the setback requirements from the Walworth County zoning code prior to your testimony?
No.
Can you identify any specific setback requirement with which the project fails to comply?
I can't answer that because the project's not completed.
Sure. With regard to the project plans that are available and that you have reviewed, can you identify any specific setback requirement with which the project fails to comply?
Please rephrase that.
Sure. You've testified that you're concerned that the project will not comply with setbacks, correct?
I testified that I didn't think the project would fit within the available space.
And so with that in mind, and having reviewed all information that you've reviewed and that is publicly available, my question to you is, can you identify any specific setback requirement that the project does not meet?
I can't answer that because the physical amount of space available doesn't seem like it would fit with or without setbacks.
As you are testifying here today, can you identify any setback requirement at all that the project doesn't comply with?
No.
You're aware that the project design includes a 50-foot setback from all project fencing to all adjacent property lines, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that the county zoning ordinance requires a setback of only 20 feet from a side lot line?
Yes.
Testify that the project should consider nearby residents and farm animals when planning lighting at the facility, true?
True.
And you proposed that Foundry Ridge should evaluate visual screening and other mitigation measures, also true?
Yes.
Are you aware that Foundry Ridge has planned and pledged to implement mitigation measures when lighting the project?
Yes.
And those mitigation measures include shielding and directing light downward and inward toward the project, correct?
Correct.
With those mitigation measures in mind, do you have any specific concerns related to the lighting of the project and farm animals with regard to the lighting?
I guess my general concern is I'm assuming there will be lights on all the time. My concern is, will that be regulated where they aren't on all the time?
You're aware that Foundry Ridge has discussed visual screening options with the owners of residences located within 1/2 mile of the project, correct?
Correct.
And Foundry Ridge has met with you and your husband on multiple occasions to discuss such a screening agreement?
On one occasion, yes, we met and talked about it.
And specifically, Mr. Shelton met with your husband on June 17th of 2025, is that right?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Shelton speak with you and your husband again on July 24th of 2025?
Do not know. I don't have dates in front of me. I'm not sure.
Sure. And do you recall that Mr. Shelton met with you in February of this year to discuss a screening agreement and left with you a copy of that agreement at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
And you and your husband have not responded to that proposed agreement, have you?
No, we have not.
You testified that the developer has made changes to the project based on community concerns, correct?
Correct.
So so you are aware that if this concern was specifically raised and communicated to Foundry Ridge, they've made changes to address those concerns or attempt to address those concerns, correct?
They were made during open comment period, not directly to Foundry Ridge.
I bet it was Foundry Ridge that made the changes we're discussing, correct?
After they were brought to the attention.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions, interveners or commission staff? So Witness Scott, do you have anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. All right. Thanks. You're excused. And we are going to take about a 12-minute stretch here. Take the remainder of the time for the hour to break, and we'll be back at noon. And I believe that'll be Aaron Painter's turn with Dr. Lewandowski first, if that's if I'm getting that correct. So you can turn cameras and microphones off, but don't disconnect from Zoom. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I didn't say goodbye at the public the other day. So goodbye and hi.
Hi and goodbye. We'll see you on Thursday.
Right.
Oh, I was going to say that's tomorrow. Like, no,
No,
wait,
it's
that's
not.
2 days.
All right, well, it is noon, so let's get back. I think it's Aaron Painter's turn. So, Attorney Fernholz, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to call Dr. Lewandowski first. He just texted me a few moments ago saying he finished up and is logging on. I'm not sure that he's joined yet. If I could just get a few minutes.
That's fine, no
to
problem.
join.
Well, let's get off the record just for a second. And I just was curious, Attorney Hudson Polakowski, I know you mentioned I got your name wrong on the service list, and maybe I'm just not being present at the moment, but I'm just not sure where that error is. So I just wanted, while we're waiting, if I can...
It was just an HUD rather than TSON.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Because that's why I keep making it, because I haven't realized that. I think at one point I called you Jennifer in the... Yeah. And that was like, I understand the problem there.
We're getting so much closer. Yes, exactly.
We're getting closer. All right, good. So it's, yes, T. All right. And I probably just keep calling you Hudson anyway, now that I know. Okay. All right, so I do see witness here. I'm just going to adjust the screen name before I let him in. All right, so we're letting our witnesses in. Not some people that are rejoining us here. So let's get back on the record, and we'll have Attorney Fernholz call the first witness.
Thank you, Judge. I'll call Dr. Andrew Lewandowski if he's joined.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Okay, I don't... yes, okay. Front and center, yes, thanks. All right, so I'll show you the drill here. I'll raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. So do you swear or affirm? Oh.
Sorry.
No, okay. Okay, do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, so I'll pass you on to your attorney. Go ahead, Attorney Fernholz.
Dr. Lewandowski, could you state your name for the record?
Yep, Andrew Lewandowski.
And how is it that you are employed?
I am employed as a pediatrician for UW Health Kids and an assistant professor of pediatrics for the UW School of Medicine and Public Health. And I have been employed as a consultant expert witness for this case.
As part of this case, excuse me, you prepared and submitted both testimony and rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you still stand by all of that testimony as true and correct?
I do.
Do you have any additions or changes to the testimony you wish to make today?
Nope.
Excuse me. And as part of your initial testimony, you also prepared a report on behalf of the Painter family. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or modifications that you wish to make to that report?
No.
And finally, as part of your rebuttal testimony, you referenced an exhibit that we filed called the EPA's Risky Reasoning. You still stand by the conclusions and statements in that literature that you relied on?
Yes.
Okay. I do not have any further questions for this witness, Your Honor, and he is available for cross-examination.
All right, so we'll start with the applicant. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Dr. Lewandowski, you are a practicing pediatrician, correct?
Just a
That's
second.
correct.
Please introduce yourself to the
I
witness.
apologize. Thank you, Your Honor. I am Jess Polakowski. I'm an attorney representing the applicant Foundry Ridge Energy Center. Nice to meet you today, Dr. Lewandowski.
Nice to meet you.
Just
all
restate
right.
the question, please.
Yes, thank you. You are a practicing pediatrician, correct?
That's correct.
You are not the treating physician for any member of the Painter family, also correct?
That is correct.
And you're not a toxicologist?
That is correct.
You're also not an epidemiologist, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, bad question. Is it true that you are not an epidemiologist?
Sorry. Yes, I am not an epidemiologist.
Is it fair to say that you believe all natural gas-fired generating facilities are harmful to the environment?
I mean, it's less of a belief and more of a demonstrated phenomenon. But I think the question is more about, is it a problem for the Painter family? I think my expertise doesn't lie in how it affects the environment as much as it affects the health of humans.
Thank you. I'll rephrase my question and ask, would you believe that any natural gas-fired generating facility would be harmful to the Painter family?
Yes, it is demonstrated that any methane gas facility would have possible harms to the Painter family.
In your testimony, you've stated that the Painter property is adjacent to the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the Painter residence is actually 3/4 of a mile away from the proposed project site?
So I think that I'm not going to be a survey expert as far as like geographical surveys go, but I would say that 3/4 of a mile has a close enough proximity to the Painter family to give me reason to have concerns about their health and welfare as a result of the pollutants emitted from the facility.
Dr. Lewandowski, did you have an understanding of how close the Painter residence is to the proposed project site at the time that you submitted your testimony?
Yes.
And it's 3/4 of a mile from the proposed project, correct?
I'm going to just object to the form of the question to the extent that it misstates the actual distance between the Painter property and the project.
Okay, so we're talking about approximately?
Yes, and I can just simply ask, Your Honor, what is the distance of the Painter residence from the proposed project? Dr. Lewandowski, are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again?
Sure, thank you. What is the distance of the Painter residence from the proposed project?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is it's about 3/4 of a mile.
You've testified that it is standard for natural gas plants like Foundry Ridge to have methane gas leaks. What, if anything, is that statement based on?
I mean, that's based on evaluations of existing methane gas plants and methane gas facilities.
Have you ever examined or inspected a methane gas plant?
That would probably be more of the purview of an engineer or some other individual in the field. But my conclusions would be based on those kinds of evaluations.
Are you able to, with specificity, cite to any such evaluation that you relied on in making that conclusion?
I could, but I would have to look into that.
As you sit here today, you cannot do so.
I mean, I would have to double check my report, the citations for that report, but I think it's also pretty well established that those methane gas plants do have leaks. Obviously, they would try to minimize those as much as possible, and I understand that. I mean, it's not going to be in the best interest of a methane gas plant to be taking their primary form of combustion and trying to lose as much of it as possible. That wouldn't be logical, but there's no way to 100% contain methane gas leaks.
Your testimony identifies certain pollutants that may be emitted from the Foundry Ridge project, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the EPA prepares an integrated science assessment for every criteria air pollutant?
Yes.
Those ISAs conclude whether the evidence demonstrates that a pollutant causes certain health outcomes, correct?
To some extent. So what the ISAs are doing is they're trying to take as much data as they can and determine at what level certain pollutants can cause effects on health. And so, that's really great for determining policy outcomes. At what level should we set acceptable standards for different issues? But the problem is that some of these pollutants don't have a safe level at which they can be emitted. And so,
Dr.
and
Lewandowski, let me just stop you. So your attorney will have an opportunity to ask you any follow-up questions, but I just want to make sure the answers to my questions are clear. And my specific question was simply, do the integrated science assessments conclude whether the evidence demonstrates that a pollutant causes certain health outcomes for each pollutant that they analyze?
And Judge, I'm just going to interject. I think the witness was in the process of answering that question. I think he should have been allowed to complete his answer.
Okay, well, it's water under the bridge right now. Let's see. Let's find out where the witness was in the transcript. The witness is where he ended it with his statement before Attorney Polakowski interrupted.
It'll take me just a second.
Yeah.
The last sentence I have is, at what level should be set acceptable standards for different issues, but the problem is that some of these pollutants don't have a safe level at which they can be emitted.
Right. And so an example of that, when we talk about lead in the water,
Your Honor, can I interrupt? I think he is no longer answering my question, which was a yes or no question as to whether the ISAs conclude whether the evidence demonstrates that a pollutant causes certain health outcomes, and now we're talking about lead in water.
Okay. Yeah, if you could answer that question yes or no, and then follow-ups can be done on redirect when your attorney has a chance to ask you follow-up questions.
Yeah, I would say that it can help to quantify harms in populations, but is not necessarily directly going to give us information for every individual scenario.
Thank you. And you understand that those ISAs are how the EPA sets the national ambient air quality standards?
Yes, absolutely.
And the national ambient air quality standards are designed to protect sensitive populations, correct?
They are.
But you did not consult the ISAs for the purpose of preparing your testimony, also true?
That's correct.
The EPA classifies the evidence for many of the health effects that you assert as merely suggestive of or inadequate to infer a causal relationship.
I'm sorry, you cut out at the end. Suggestive of, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat the question for you, Dr. Lewandowski. I apologize. The EPA classifies the evidence for many of the health effects that you assert as merely suggestive of or inadequate to infer a causal relationship. Isn't that true?
I think that I outlined a number of possible health effects, so it would be dependent on which ones that we're looking into.
So do you disagree with the EPA's conclusion that many of the health effects you assert are suggestive of or inadequate to infer a causal relationship?
I'll just object lack of foundation. It's not clear what portion of an EPA report that the council is referring to with this question.
Okay.
I'm not referring to any portion of an EPA report. I'm talking generally about these standards and his conclusions.
Okay. Anything else you can add, Attorney Fernholz?
Well, if we're talking about general positions of the EPA, I think we need to be clear what we're referring to. So I have a foundational objection that Attorney Polakowski is just stating, the EPA generally says this, but there's no reference to what report or document or exhibit it is. So I don't think she can ask questions without giving the foundation to the witness of what it is the EPA said that she wants him to opine on.
Okay. That sounds fair to me. Can you be more specific, Attorney Polakowski?
I can move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Lewandowski, would you agree that identifying a pollutant is different from identifying the concentration of that pollutant that will be experienced by a given individual following emissions?
Yes.
And you've never estimated the concentration of, say, nitrogen oxides at the painter residence that will be associated with the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Yes, that would be out of scope for a physician.
Likewise, you've not estimated the concentration of sulfur dioxide or particulate matter or ozone or carbon monoxide that will be present at the painter residence following the construction of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center?
That's correct. We would rely on evidence from other professionals.
So you haven't calculated the amount of exposure any painter family member would actually experience from project emissions, correct?
Well, unfortunately, nobody would be able to calculate it specifically until the methane gas plant is actually erected. Anything that we do have is an estimate.
And you didn't compare any estimated exposure to existing background levels in the area, did you?
I'm not sure that I followed that. It did not compare.
Sure, I can rephrase. You did not consider any background levels of pollutants not associated with the Foundry Ridge Energy Center that are present at the painter residence, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't consider any emissions that are currently ongoing at the painter residence in your analysis, correct?
That is correct.
For instance, you didn't look at what, if any, fossil fuel burning equipment they operate at their residence, correct?
Yeah, so the question is whether or not the methane gas plant is going to increase or decrease the likelihood of harm or have a net zero effect on their health. And so that is what I was rendering testimony to. Had I been asked to provide the likelihood of their own personal choices and what affects those fossil fuel burning machines or other things, I could render an opinion on those as well, but they're not included in my report because it seemed out of scope for what I was asked to do.
So just so I'm clear, you did not consider any existing emissions at the painter property, including from the painter's own actions in your analysis, correct?
Yeah, given that it wouldn't affect the methane gas plant operations, it seems irrelevant to me.
So you did not consider, for example, any lawn equipment associated with a golf course that they may own or operate, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not consider emissions associated with a gun range located at their residence, correct?
Correct.
So you did not determine the portion of any future exposure that would be attributable to the project as opposed to existing sources of emission in the area, correct?
Yeah, the goal of the report was to look at the likelihood that the Foundry Ridge Energy Center would or would not cause harm or have, a benefit, a harm, or somewhere in between. And so that is the testimony and exhibits that I've provided.
You would agree with me that the risk of health impacts that to a certain individual depends on their amount of exposure, correct?
Qualified, yes. Yeah. Generally speaking, so there are different curves to pollutants and how things affect people. But yes, for the most part, as amount of exposure increases, the amount of risk also usually increases.
And for the purpose of your work here, you did not examine any of the concentration levels that the painters would be exposed to, that they would actually be exposed to, correct?
I think that what we did was we looked at projected exposures based on either the MIU report and then also as far as the Sir rebuttal testimony, looking at Dr. Hull's report as well in order to determine if there would be an impact on health outcomes for the painter family.
Dr. Lewandowski, do you know the level of at which methane exposure and emissions cause a health impact?
That would be variable, dependent on the person, dependent on the amount of exposure, and dependent on their adaptive capacity. So every individual's vulnerability is different.
And let me ask you specifically for the painters, do you know the level at which methane exposure would cause health effects for the painter family?
Methane exposure. I mean, methane typically is going to be a combination of not only methane gas, but in conjunction with volatile organic chemicals, because it is never purely methane that would come from that plant. So if we were talking about like a methane gas leak or those sorts of things, I would argue that there is no safe level exposure, given that those are also non-threshold chemicals or pollutants.
And you did not, I think you mentioned a vulnerability analysis. You did not conduct a vulnerability analysis for the painters, correct?
I would argue that I did. For a vulnerability analysis, you look at their exposure, what they would be exposed to. If it's a threshold pollutant, then it would be worthwhile knowing exact numbers of concentrations, because a threshold pollutant is something at which there may be a safe level if you go below. But for non-threshold pollutants, analysis of the actual concentration in order to determine if the exposure is going to be harmful is therefore unnecessary. And then I did look at the sensitivities, which would be outlined as far as the health comorbidities that the family members have, or the chronic conditions that affect them, or just their natural predisposition based on biological factors of being a man or a woman, age, those sorts of things. But those would be the things that we used in order to determine vulnerability for the painter family.
So you referenced that you considered their reported conditions. Were these conditions reported to you after interviews with the painter, or how did you learn of these chronic conditions?
Yep. So the painter family provided a health history to me, upon which decisions were made as to if it would increase or decrease the likelihood of harm if they had a certain exposure.
And how did they provide that to you? Did you interview them, or was it simply provided to you in writing?
It was provided to me in writing.
And with regard to the members of the painter family that you analyzed through this vulnerability analysis, did you independently examine any of them to confirm the existence of these reported conditions?
I did not. That is based on trusting that the reports that they have provided are true and accurate.
And with regard to the members of the painter family that you've included in your analysis, are you aware whether each of the members that you've reported on live currently at the painter residence?
That was also based on what is reported to me. I have not gone to their residence to confirm who does or does not primarily reside at the location.
So with regard to your testimony here today, you do not know whether each of the members of the painter family that you've reported on live at the painter residence?
I do not. It is based on, it is an analysis provided based on the information provided to me.
Your testimony relies in part on the, and I apologize if I'm saying the name of the report wrong, but is it the Milo report?
The Mayu report? Yeah, I think that was the first information that I had that would be beneficial to reference in order to determine dispersal patterns of pollutants.
And the Mayu report also doesn't calculate any exposure levels for the painter family or other individuals, correct?
Well, I would say that those the exact concentrations or exposure levels or things like that would probably be best directed to the authors of the Mayu report. But I think there was enough information from the report to show that the proximity of the painter family to the Foundry Ridge Energy Center would put them at risk of exposure to those pollutants.
And you did not, the Mayu report does not specifically analyze solely the Foundry Ridge Energy Center and its emissions, correct?
My understanding is it also looked at Oak Creek.
Are you referring to Red Oak Ridge?
Or Red Oak Ridge. Again, I'm mostly looking at the Foundry Ridge, but I know that they did, I think there were 2 site analyses that they'd conducted. I primarily looked at Foundry Ridge Energy Center, as that's what I've been consulted for.
And are you aware that the Foundry Ridge Energy Center is about a quarter of the capacity of the Red Oak Ridge Energy Generating Center?
I guess I do now, if I can trust what you're telling me.
And so based on your review of the Mayu report, we cannot extrapolate from that report what emissions are associated with the Foundry Ridge facility or from the emissions associated with Red Oak Ridge, correct?
I would argue that it's irrelevant because both of them would be releasing non-threshold pollutants, assuming that the other energy or center that you're referring to is also a methane gas facility.
Do you know whether that is true? Whether it is a methane gas facility?
I do not know. But if it is a fossil fuel burning facility, then the pollutants are going to be similar.
And the Mayu report does not provide any background comparisons of existing emissions and pollutants in the area of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Yeah, I do not recall any background concentrations provided. However, it would be safe to assume that the addition of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center would not decrease the likelihood that those are causing harms.
And the Mayu report does not perform a risk characterization for the Painter family either, correct?
Yeah, I would expect that to be out of scope. And in fact, I would object to somebody providing tailored advice if they were not someone like a physician or somebody who is licensed to do so. However, I think general population findings, there are models for that, which I know Dr. Hall also provided.
And the report that we're talking about, the Mayu report, modeled county level impacts, correct?
I would have to double check their level. I'm not familiar with whether it was county level, state level, municipality, feet, whatever.
Would you agree with me, Dr. Lewandowski, that no exposure assessment or risk characterization related to the Foundry Ridge Energy Project specifically was performed as to the Painter family?
Nope, that would be my role.
Do you know where the Red Oak Ridge project that is included in the Mayu report is located?
Sorry about that. I'll wait until that's done.
Oh, I actually can't.
Sorry?
I think he was getting some feedback on his end in his office.
Oh.
They were calling an adult medical response in my clinic, and so I didn't know if that was getting picked up through the PA system overhead. I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Let's read it back.
Question, do you know whether the Red Oak Ridge project that is included in the report, in the MyE report, is located?
I did not look at the details of the Red Oak Ridge report because it seemed out of scope for what I was being asked to provide.
So if the Mayu report, in fact, analyzes and reports out on the Red Oak Ridge project, that's outside of the scope of your findings.
I mean, I would say that assuming that that is also a fossil fuel plant that is combusting something like methane gas or coal or any other fossil fuels, I would say that the health impacts from something like the Red Oak Ridge plant would be similar in pollutants. However, the scope of the degree of harm from each facility would be difficult to attribute without having any kind of details.
And you are not familiar with where the Red Oak Ridge project is located or whether it is located in close proximity to the Painter residence?
I could not tell you how far away the Red Oak Ridge facility is, or proposed facility is, from the Painter family's household.
The Mayu report's estimate of excess premature deaths is a nationwide estimate, correct?
I would have to refer to the report.
The report doesn't conclude that any Painter family member will die prematurely from the emissions associated with Foundry Ridge, correct?
The Mayu report?
Correct.
That's correct. It's a population level analysis.
The Mayu report analyzed PM 2.5 mortality and monetized that, correct?
It did.
It didn't model other emissions, correct?
I again would have to refer to the report again.
And you didn't model other emissions either, correct?
I mean, the scope of the question was, did the Foundry Ridge Energy Center increase or decrease the likelihood of harm to the family? And so any other emissions outside of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center seemed irrelevant to my report.
Did you personally perform any modeling of emissions or pollutants associated with this project?
I'm sorry, you broke up for me. Did you?
Sorry, Debbie. I just asked, did you personally model any emissions of any pollutants associated with the painter's residence or the Foundry Ridge project specifically?
That would be outside of my scope of practice.
You've testified about the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, and specifically, you've testified with regard to non-threshold pollutants. Would you agree with me that these National Ambient Air Quality Standards are established by the EPA?
Yes,
And those standards are designed to protect human health?
they are.
And they're specifically designed to protect the health of sensitive populations, correct?
Yes,
Sensitive populations in this context would include the elderly, is that also correct?
yes.
And that would also include children, true?
I mean, they are designed to protect the population at large, yes.
Including individuals with underlying health conditions like asthma, correct?
Yes, they take things like that into account.
And they take into account other respiratory conditions in protecting the sensitive populations, correct?
Yes, they do look at data for individuals who have respiratory conditions.
And you don't disagree that the project is designed to operate below the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, even at maximum operation, correct?
That's correct.
So the project operates below the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which are specifically established to be protective of the health of sensitive human populations, correct?
That is correct.
In your testimony, you've referred to pollutants as being non-threshold pollutants.
Yes.
And you explain that to mean that there's no completely safe level of exposure for those non-threshold pollutants, correct?
That is correct.
That's a statistical concept, meaning that a model assumes that no matter how small the exposure, it carries some incremental risk in your testimony, correct?
Sometimes it's a statistical concept. I mean, it is a statistical concept, but I think the reason why I care about it as a physician is because we've seen health outcome harm, like we've seen harm to populations as a result of low levels of exposure to non-threshold pollutants. So even though it is a statistical curve that's analyzed, we do then also see it clinically bear out in the health outcomes of the individuals with those exposures. We have to use it as a statistical concept because there's no way to track atoms of every single pollutant to know exactly what atom hit what alveolus in the lung or what area. And so we have to extrapolate some things statistically, but we can look at populations of humans to determine if there are developmental outcomes or if there are long-term health outcomes due to other issues. So it is statistical in nature, but it does end up translating to real-life clinical problems.
Your testimony has not identified a specific individual that will experience an identifiable harm associated with any non-threshold pollutants, correct?
I think the goal of my report was to go individual by individual for each member of the painter family who is likely to spend a significant portion of time there, some more so than others.
Would you agree with me that in order to know the risk associated with emission exposure to an actual person, you would need to know first how much of the pollutant actually reaches them, correct?
You would need to know if they had an exposure, yes. Or if they were likely to, in this situation, it would always have to be if they were likely to be exposed, because nobody could know until the methane gas plant is erected the degree of exposure they would experience.
So classifying a pollutant as a non-threshold pollutant doesn't eliminate the need to determine the actual exposure levels that an individual will experience before concluding that an individual will in fact suffer a health harm, correct?
As a non-threshold pollutant, I would not need to know the exact concentration. I would need to know if there is an exposure. And if there was an exposure, then the likelihood that that individual would experience harm goes up.
And you have never analyzed or calculated how much of any pollutant, non-threshold or threshold, would actually reach the Painter home 3/4 of a mile away from the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Nope, that is where I would rely on individuals like Dr. Mayu, Dr. Patz, or Dr. Hall.
In your testimony, you've concluded and represented to the commission that these pollutants will cause harm to the people in the dispersal path, but you never calculated how much or of what pollutants would in fact reach the painter's property, correct?
I would like to see where I made a statement that verbatim. I'm pretty sure in my report, I would probably say something like would increase the likelihood of harm or have a high risk of harm to a family. But there's no way to know with 100% certainty whether or not an exposure will or will not cause harm. But what you can do is you can look at the exposure, look at the individual's sensitivities, and then consider any adaptive capacity before determining their vulnerability. But I would say that based on the 6 family members' health demographics, I guess is maybe the best way to put it, or health history, that their family is going to be more uniquely susceptible to the harms from a methane gas plant than the average person or even some of the people who would have been accounted for by the NAAQS or the EPA standards.
Judge Newmark has helpfully put on the screen the portion of your testimony where the quotation that I just read from is contained, and it states specifically that this means that even if the Foundry Ridge Energy Center operates within the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, it will cause harm to people in the dispersal path of its emissions. Did I read that correctly?
Okay. Yeah. So in that context,
sorry, Dr. Lewandowski, can you just answer the question? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
In fact, applying the same reasoning behind the statement there that these pollutants will cause harm to people in the dispersal paths of its emissions, wouldn't a busy road or a home gas furnace or a backyard fire that emit non-threshold pollutants cause harm to people in the dispersal path?
Those also would, you're correct.
Your concern about the project derives in part from particulate matter emissions, true?
Yes.
Natural gas facilities aren't the only cause of particulate matter emissions, correct?
No, there are many things that can cause particulate matter emissions.
Home heating systems can produce particulate matter emissions, true?
Yes.
As can cooking indoors.
Yes.
Gas and diesel powered vehicles and equipment also emit particulate matter, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the project is located in close proximity to Interstate 43, a very busy interstate?
No.
Did you analyze the particulate matter emitted in the area as a result of gas and diesel powered motor vehicles traveling on I-43?
No.
What about exposure to particulate matter associated with operating gas or diesel powered lawn equipment? Did you analyze that?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. Painter owns and operates a car dealership?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Hall testified regarding particulate matter 2.5 concentrations at the nearest downwind receptor and the Painter residence?
I'm familiar with her report. I do not know specifically like to what granularity she provided that information. Are
you familiar with Dr. Hall's conclusion that the maximum 24-hour exposure at the nearest downwind receptor from the project is 32.66 micrograms per cubic meter?
I would say I am now, if that is correct.
Would you agree with me that that exposure rate is lower than the documented exposure rates for riding a lawnmower?
I mean, to me, again, it seems irrelevant what the painter family can and cannot modify. My role is to determine the likelihood that the Foundry Ridge Energy Center would or would not cause harm to the painter family. And so that's what my
that response. So I apologize. I appreciate that response, but I would really like you to focus on my questions. I know you've got a tight time frame as well.
Yes.
My question is simply, are the exposure rates that I just referenced, the 32.66 micrograms per cubic meter, lower than the documented exposure rate for riding a lawnmower?
I would need to look at what Dr. Hall had mentioned in her report, but if her reported threshold is higher than that, then that would be correct. That those two, I mean, we all know which number is bigger.
And you would have no reason to disagree with that statement, correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, calculating air concentrations of pollutants is outside of my scope of my license.
Would you agree with me, Dr. Lewandowski, that there is a federal health-based limit for particulate matter 2.5 in the air, and that's set by the National Ambient Air Quality Standards?
Correct.
And the EPA sets those NAAQS, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, with a built-in margin of safety. Also true?
Yeah, that's what they use to account for sensitive populations.
The 24-hour standard for particulate matter 2.5 is 35 micrograms per cubic meter, correct?
Okay.
And would you agree with me, having reviewed Dr. Hall's report, that the concentrations Dr. Hall projected, about 32 micrograms per cubic meter, is below the NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards limit?
I would have to refer to the next limit, but yes, I'm aware that the projected emissions from the Foundry Ridge Energy Center are all supposed to operate below the NAAQS.
So you would agree with me that the projected exposure of PM 2.5 at the Painter property is below the level the EPA has determined protects even sensitive populations with a margin of safety, correct?
I would agree that it's below the standards, yes.
And you have not offered any opinion that the EPA's standards that have been set, that is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, are deficient in any respect, have you?
Well, the goal of my testimony is not to do an analysis of the EPA air quality standards. It's to state whether or not the exposures that the painter family will likely experience will increase or decrease the likelihood of harms to that family.
And Dr. Lewandowski, I appreciate the goal of your testimony and your analysis, but I'm not necessarily asking about that. I'm asking specific questions about your analysis. So my specific question about your analysis and the opinions that you're offering are you suggesting or offering any opinion that the National Ambient Air Quality Standards that are set by the EPA are inadequate or deficient for the protection of sensitive populations?
Yeah, there are some so even though we aim to have NAAQS or EPA standards that try to prevent large levels of harms, those standards do not account for all populations. And so that's why individual cases need to be analyzed to determine whether or not someone is likely to experience harm.
In concluding that the Painter family will be harmed by the emissions associated with Foundry Ridge Energy Center, you are also disagreeing with the EPA's judgment that the National Ambient Air Quality Standards protect sensitive populations, correct?
Not necessarily true, because I think that the National Ambient Air Quality Standards would protect some sensitive populations to a certain extent. However, non-threshold pollutants, I mean, again, there's no safe level of some of these non-threshold pollutants. And so again, you know, the NAAQS does not determine a safe level. They're just saying what's an acceptable level of loss to the community that we will accept from a policy standpoint. And so from that standpoint, the erection of any fossil fuel facility causes harms to humans. And so that's why I think you will find a number of physicians across the globe arguing to transition from energy generating sources that create this particulate matter to other forms of energy generation that does not form the same degree of air pollution, because there is no safe degree of air pollution from these facilities. But you need policy standards to do something. I mean, legislators can't create policies without some degree of an assessment, but then you're determining who are we going to sacrifice. And they do their best, but it doesn't mean that these people won't experience harm.
And just to be very clear, you are not here today testifying that, and you have not offered any opinions that the project does not comply with national ambient air quality standards, correct?
Yeah, the goal is for it to operate within the national ambient air quality standards.
And do you have any information or opinions as to whether the Painter House is in the path of prevailing winds?
So if you were to look at the dispersal patterns that are regularly provided by the different analyses, they're close enough to determine that regardless which way the wind is blowing, there will be an increased concentration of these pollutants, given the close distance.
So you've indicated that there will be an increased concentration of pollutants, but you cannot tell me how much the increased level will be or what those pollutants will be that actually reach the Painter House, correct?
Correct. If you look at the overall dispersal pattern of air pollutants, we can see that the dispersal patterns span states. You know, that's the geographic level that we're looking at. And so when you have that much of a spread that we're considering, you know, something from here reaching all the way to the state of Michigan, then 3/4 of a mile is certainly within that concentration zone.
So let me just interrupt. Just for the record, when you're talking about dispersal patterns, I'm going to put on the screen one of the pages from the Mayu report. Is this the pattern you're referring to?
Yeah, that would be an example of a pattern from that. Yep.
And it does attribute this graphic is attributable to Foundry Ridge and Red Oak Ridge together. So that's what you're talking about when you're talking about your understanding of the dispersal pattern of the facility.
That would be what this report is showing. That's correct.
Okay, just want to connect the dots there. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm sorry, could you put that what you just had on the screen up just for one more moment?
Yes, go ahead.
The darkest of the red colors in that map that we're looking at, the dispersion model that we're looking at, that represents a concentration of 0.0176 micrograms per cubic meter, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the most significant emissions modeled by that report, correct?
That appears to be so.
I'd like to talk about the specific members of the Painter family for whom you provided these analyses. You've testified that Painter family member 3 is likely to develop HLA B27 autoimmune manifestations in the future, correct?
I believe so. Could we go to that section of the report so I can just verify that I have the name and there we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want the report or the testimony?
This is fine. So member 3 is the 22-year-old male who also suffers from asthma, and they're HLA B27 positive. Yeah, so what I'm trying to indicate in the report is that individuals who have HLA B27, who are HLA B27 positive, that they may not present with clinical signs and symptoms until they are older, sometimes in their, third or fourth decade of life. There would be no way to know with 100% certainty that member 3 of the Painter family will experience the same health effects as member 3's mother, who I think is member 2. But that is what that is referring to.
So again, Dr. Lewandowski, I appreciate that you have a time-sensitive schedule today, and I'm going to do the best I can to make sure we get you out. But if you could do the best that you can to answer my questions as succinctly as possible, I would appreciate it. And my question was just simply, did you conclude that Painter family member number 3 is likely to develop HLA?
I'm sorry, that Painter family member number 3
is likely to develop HLA-B27 autoimmune manifestations in the future?
They're at higher likelihood. There is no way to know with 100% certainty.
So that's a yes. That was your conclusion?
What I just said was my conclusion, yes.
And you are not Painter family member 3's treating physician, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not perform an independent medical examination of member 3, correct?
That is correct.
And you cannot predict with any level of certainty whether Painter family number 3 will actually develop these autoimmune manifestations in the future, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And nor can you determine with any degree of certainty whether project emissions would be the cause of that condition in Painter family member number 3, correct?
Correct.
You've also testified about Painter family member 4, who is healthy and has no medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
You've testified that Painter family member number 4 could, at some point in the future, become pregnant, true?
To my knowledge, yes, that is possible.
You would agree, though, that Painter family member 4 is not currently pregnant, correct?
For what I've been told, yes, that's correct.
And you have no information as to whether, if and when in the future Painter family member 4 becomes pregnant, whether she will reside at the Painter residence, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not have any discussions with Painter family member 4 with regard to her family planning or the future, correct?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay, well, that's true.
Yes.
You did not estimate Painter family member number 4's future exposure during any potential future pregnancy, correct?
That is correct.
So you are unable, as you're testifying today, to quantify any project-related risk to member number 4's potential future pregnancy, correct?
No.
What is the quantification of the project-specific risk associated with Foundry Ridge Energy Center to member 4's potential future pregnancy?
So it's extrapolative in that we know that increases in air pollution increase the likelihood for poor birth outcomes. So things like low birth weight infants, premature birth, and stillbirths. All of those are outcomes tied to air pollutants in the medical literature, and that's fairly well established. And so anything that's going to increase the amount of air pollution in an area that somebody may be exposed to is pregnant would therefore increase the likelihood of those 3 outcomes. So low birth weight infants, preterm births, and stillbirths.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Your testimony is that any increase to air pollutants and emissions could result in these negative impacts to potential prenatal health conditions. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You are not testifying that the emissions associated with this facility in particular will be such that they will cause, it will be such at such levels, and that the exposure rates will be such that they will cause negative prenatal health impacts to Painter family number 4, correct?
I think that we do have enough information to know that the operations of a methane gas plant in relative close proximity to a pregnant woman would not be ideal for their health outcomes, or of the woman or the neonate, but specifically the neonate is what I would be referring to, the baby, the fetus.
Now, in your sir rebuttal testimony, you've agreed with Dr. Hall that the EPA's integrated science assessments and the resulting national ambient air quality standards are in fact set to establish a certain level to protect sensitive populations with an adequate margin of safety, correct?
With a margin of safety, I would argue that they do not keep everybody safe.
And you've also indicated in your sir rebuttal testimony that health successes since the Clean Air Act was enacted in 1970 are undeniable and quite incredible, correct?
They are, absolutely.
You've stated in your sir rebuttal testimony that the EPA's ISAs and the NACs were created to aid policy judgments, correct?
Correct.
And the National Ambient Air Quality Standards represents EPA's established judgment with a margin of safety about what protects public health, correct?
Yes.
You testified that an individual's vulnerability to certain emissions is a function of 3 variables, in particular, their exposure, their susceptibility, and their adaptive capacity, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote that it is unreasonable to discuss adaptive capacity for the Painter family, also correct?
I'm sorry. And you wrote that it is unreasonable to
discuss adaptive capacity for the Painter family.
Yes.
So one of the 3 variables that you said should be considered for in assessing an individual's vulnerability, that is adaptive capacity, you did not analyze, correct?
That is correct. When it comes to the operations of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center.
And you'd also agree with me that exposure is one of the 3 variables that you testified should be considered in assessing an individual's vulnerability, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not calculate the actual exposure of any individual that any individual will experience for any specific substance as a result of the Foundry Ridge Energy Facility, correct?
Again, given that it's a non-threshold pollutant, the actual concentration is not necessary in order to determine the likelihood of harm.
I'm sorry, let me just repeat the question and we'll see if we can get an answer to that question. My question is, you did not calculate the actual exposure that any individual will experience for any specific substance with regard to emissions from the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
That's correct.
Judge, while we're at a breaking point, if I could just interject briefly while counsel's between questions. It's my understanding Dr. Lewandowski has patients again at 1 o'clock, and I just wanted to check how much longer is left in the cross-examination. I don't have much, but in fairness to his patients who are waiting for him, I just wanted to check with counsel and see if maybe if there's a lot left, if we can take a break and resume it later.
I have probably 5 to 10 minutes left.
I'm not inclined to take a break at this point, so let's push on, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Debbie, would you mind just reading the last question that was asked and answered? Is
that okay?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Thanks for asking.
The last question was, my question is, you did not calculate the actual exposure that any individual will experience for any specific substance with regard to emissions from Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct? Answer, that's correct.
And Dr. Lewandowski, your analysis includes no equation calculating how the exposures here translate to the vulnerability of the Painter family, correct?
The concentration? What was the first part?
There's no calculation in your report.
There's no calculation, no.
And that's because you did not actually perform any sort of vulnerability analysis in your report, correct?
That is not true. I did a vulnerability analysis looking at exposure plus sensitivity minus adaptive capacity.
And to be clear, you did not consider adaptive capacity or the particular and specific exposure, duration, concentration, or pollutants that the Painter family will experience at their property.
The adaptive capacity was not considered. That's correct.
You've cited to an article in your Sir rebuttal testimony called the EPA's Risky Reasoning, and that article was published in 2004. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It critiques how the EPA justified the air quality standards it set in 1997. Also true?
That's correct.
And the authors of this article are policy professors, not physicians, toxicologists, or epidemiologists. Also correct?
That is correct.
And the standards that are being discussed that were set in 1997 predate the current fine particle PM 2.5 standard, correct?
That is true.
Dr. Lewandowski, you would agree with me that reliable electricity is also a factor that is important in considering public health outcomes, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a blackout condition in a 95-degree heat wave when there are air quality alerts would potentially create a health hazard for certain members of the Painter family?
I do.
And the same could be said in a power outage in negative 15-degree cold, correct?
That is true.
Would you agree with me that preventing electrical outages in extreme weather conditions is important for public health?
Yes.
You did
And
not.
I'd like to add that currently the Painter family, to my knowledge, does experience appropriate amounts of electrification to their household, and I've not been made aware of any blackouts or brownouts that they are currently experiencing.
And you would agree with me that continued reliability at their household of electric service is important for their continued health, correct?
Yes, yes.
And Dr. Lewandowski, you did not evaluate or weigh the health benefits of reliable electricity against the risks that you've opined about related to increased emissions associated with Foundry Ridge, correct?
Well, given that they already have reliable service, I have no reason to expect that creation of another methane gas facility would improve the reliability of their existing service, but that would probably be better for the energy experts than for my opinion.
And so let me just ask again whether you evaluated or weighed the public health benefits of reliable electricity against the risks that you've opined as to.
It was not something specifically stated in my report to that extent, but I do believe that I mentioned that there were cleaner forms of electricity that could be utilized that would not result in the same harms to the Painter family.
And you do not have any opinions as to whether cleaner sources of electric generation are available, cost-effective, or technically feasible to replace the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
That would be outside of my scope as a physician to determine. That's correct.
I have nothing further.
All right. Before we move on, I just wanted to confirm with the witness, Dr. Lewandowski, We mentioned, there's been mention of the Malu report. I'm not sure I'm mispronouncing that.
Sure.
But I just want to be sure that you read that report. Is that right?
I did read that report. It's been a few months since I've read it, and so that's why if I'm hedging on that, it's because since I did not write the report and I used it as something to consult, that I'm not gonna I don't want to misspeak accidentally just because it's been a few months since I've read it.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for confirming that. I just wanted to point out just the way that this was offered in evidence, and just for the record, the Malu report is Appendix 2 of your Exhibit 1. So I know this has become a very hot topic, and I just wanted to point out for the record that it is filed for the record, but it is within your Exhibit 1. And we're going to leave it like that because of the way your testimony is framed. But let me just suggest in the future for everyone in attendance that it would probably be better off to separate those out as exhibits, especially since it did kind of rise to the top of everyone's concerns. But we'll leave it this way for this case. So thanks for confirming you did review that.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Any other cross? We can any of the interveners or commission staff have questions? No? All right, so redirect.
Thank you. Dr. Lewandowski, you were asked some questions about potential lawn equipment usage and discharge of firearms at the Painter property. Do you recall that in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Would knowing the amount of usage of lawn maintenance equipment at the Painter property have changed any of the conclusions you reached in your report?
No, to my knowledge, it wouldn't affect the operations of the Foundry Energy Center, and as a result, the pollutant amount would still be something that the Painter family would experience, and thus the health conclusions would be in effect.
Would knowing the amount of times that a firearm is discharged on the Painter property have changed any of the conclusions in your report?
No, it would just make it another potential pollutant that could also harm the Painter family. So if they were to ask me if these other forms of combustibles could cause harm, then I would counsel them that those also would be potential sources of harm to the family that they could choose to modify or not choose to modify.
You were asking questions about members of the Painter family and specific health concerns and whether you had talked to any of them. Am I correct that you have spoken with Aaron Painter?
I have indeed. Yes, I have spoken with Mr. Painter.
And did Aaron Painter provide you information regarding his and his family's health history that you then relied upon and incorporated into your report?
Yes, we did do that. I would say that the classic format that one might presume, where you have somebody come to your office and you do the whole full history and physical and it goes into the medical record, I would say that that level of formality was not conducted, which is why I would have responded the way that I did to the, I'm sorry, I forgot the other attorney's name.
Attorney Palakowski.
Yeah, but Attorney Palakowski. However, there were virtual meetings that I had with Mr. Painter where he helped to clarify some of the health history provided in writing.
Dr. Lewandowski, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. So we're going to excuse you, Doctor. Thank you very much for appearing, and the record certainly benefits from your attendance. Good luck with your patients for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thanks.
All right, so off the record, how are we doing here? Debbie, are you able to press on a little bit more, or what do you want to do?
5 minutes would be good.
All right, well, let's make it 10, and we'll be back. Let's just get back at 1:15, sort of 10 minutes, sort of 5 minutes, sort of 10 minutes. All right. Let's get back on the record, and we'll see if we have another witness for Aaron Painter.
Thank you. I'd like to call Dr. Jonathan Patz. Make sure he's available.
Let's see.
He's on there. I wonder if
oh, yeah, I'm going to send him a message to start the video. And I can
otherwise, Judge, I can call him as well if you'll permit me. I'll just give him the heads up if he doesn't respond.
Okay. Do you want to take McWilliams first, or?
Yeah, I can go with Mr. McWilliams first.
Okay. All right, let's do that. So I'm just going to unmute you, and we'll get started. So, witness McWilliams, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. McWilliams. Can you state your name for the record?
Scott L. McWilliams, president of the S.L. McWilliams Company.
Okay, and what is that? What do you do for a living?
I am a real estate appraiser. I also do some real estate brokerage. I'm both a licensed broker and a certified general appraiser.
And did you submit testimony in this case on behalf of Aaron Painter?
Yes.
Is that testimony you submitted still true and accurate?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or changes to your testimony?
No.
And you also prepared a valuation report on behalf of Aaron Painter in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you still stand behind the conclusions and opinions that you rendered in that report?
Yes.
You don't have any modifications or changes to make, is that correct?
Correct.
A few threshold questions, Mr. McWilliams. What is a stigmatized property?
Stigmatized property is a property that's going to experience a negative impact as a result of an environmental condition. In this instance, the environmental condition would be the location of the proposed project and proximity to the subject property.
What is, in general, what is the impact of building a utility project near a residential property?
Your Honor, I'll object as this is outside of the scope of his rebuttal testimony, and he did not submit a rebuttal testimony on this.
Okay, so I'm inclined to approve that objection. I do think we want to make sure we understand that on the stand today, the witness can offer evidence with respect to the last file documents from the counterparties and anything that was stated at the hearing prior to this point. I know that the stigmatized property was raised, I believe, as far as I can tell, for the first time at the hearing today. But in terms of general descriptions of the project and what its impacts might be, that opportunity to opine on those topics was provided during direct and could have been introduced on rebuttal or surrebuttal. So with that in mind, is there, where are we headed with these questions? Is this tied to, I don't really think that question really is within that framework. So if you can respond, Attorney Fernholz, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, Judge. So this is in response to some of the back and forth that I had with Foundry Ridge's expert appraiser, Mike Moreau. And so he brought up additional properties and information today for the first time that was not in his testimony. The tribunal allowed it, and then I cross-examined him on that and brought up the question of stigmatized properties. And so that was the reason for the question to Mr. McWilliams. I don't have very much on it, Judge, but that's the reason for the question.
Your Honor, respectfully, if the testimony is going to be that this is a stigmatized property, that has nothing to do with Mr. Marusa's testimony on the two additional sales that have occurred since in the last few weeks. So I would object on that grounds.
Okay. Well, the question at issue was, if I'm reading what I see here as the closed captioning, is what is the impact of building a utility project near a residential property? So that question's out of the scope of what can be offered in this at this point of the hearing. So I'm gonna prove that objection.
Mr. McWilliams, have you reviewed the report that Michael Moreau prepared in this matter?
Objection. I'm just for clarity, are you talking about his initial report or his rebuttal report or both?
I'm sorry, the rebuttal report after you submitted your report, Mr. McWilliams.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Moreau points out in there that there was no swimming pool on the Painter property as it was removed by the owner. And do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll object also. They did have an opportunity to submit rebuttal testimony and did not do so.
And my response is with the fact that we didn't submit rebuttal on that point is not a waiver of Mr. McWilliams' ability to offer testimony today.
So let me get this straight here. The Moreau rebuttal indicated that there was no pool at the Painter property.
Yes.
And now
I don't know if that was directed at me, Judge, or the witness.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fernholz. I didn't hear what you said because there's somebody else.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if that question was directed at me or the witness, and I went ahead and answered. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was to you, Attorney Fernholz. Sorry about that. Yeah. So it's so you're responding to rebuttal at this point. Is that what's happening at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. So that opportunity to do so was in rebuttal. I'm not sure. So I think technically, yes, you have waived the ability to respond to this. However, if this is very limited to the pool impact of the pool, I'll allow this a question on this. Otherwise, I mean, we may have to recall witness Marus to, respond to that. But yes, you have waived responding to this. So that's how this process works. You have an opportunity to surrebut in writing, and we move to the hearing with limited amounts of testimony, live testimony. So I don't know where the miscalculation was on that, the misinterpretation of that process. I don't think I've really encountered that before. But let's see where this goes. So the rebuttal indicated no pool in the Painter property. What would you have the witness respond to at this point?
I wanted to ask the witness if he factored in the swimming pool into his valuation of the Painter property.
Yes.
Well, wait, is there a pool or isn't there a pool?
There is not a pool.
Okay.
And so my question was how that factored into his analysis of the valuation of the Painter property.
Would not change my conclusion.
Okay.
So let's just go off the record for a second. So we're not going to do this anymore. I'll be talking to the attorney, and when there's a question for the witness, we'll direct it to the witness. So please, witness McWilliams, refrain from speaking until we direct a question to you. So we've got that clarified. is there any other questions you have based on, and this is to Attorney Fernald, so are there any other questions you have based on the rebuttal that you want?
There are none, Your Honor, and those are all my questions for the witness.
Okay, good. I was assuming we were headed in the right direction. Okay, so let's get back on the record. So we have our questions for the witness have concluded from Attorney Fernholz. Do we have any? And so is the witness now available for cross?
Yes, those are all my questions.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to confirm with the witness before we move on. McWilliams. So just in terms of the terms of art we use here, witness McWilliams, I just was curious. Now, you'd filed direct testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have one exhibit that we've marked McWilliams 1. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we have the documents correctly identified.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. All right, so the witness is available for cross. Let's begin with the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McWilliams. My name is Jess Polakowski. I'm an attorney representing Foundry Ridge Energy Center. Thank you so much for your participation today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. McWilliams, have you ever appraised a property near a natural gas-fired generating facility before?
No.
Have you ever analyzed the effects of an electric generating facility on the value of a nearby property before?
Yes.
And to take it a bit more granularly, have you ever analyzed the effects of a natural gas electric generating facility on the value of a nearby property before, other than with regard to this project?
No.
And your primary area of expertise lies in properties affected by the condemnation process. Is that correct?
Correct.
And typically those involve residential properties that are being taken by a condemning authority. Is that right?
Well, not just residential properties, all types of properties, but yes, properties that are impacted by condemning authorities, and I've worked on behalf of owners and condemning authorities.
Mr. McWilliams, you are not an MAI, is that right?
No.
I'm sorry, once again, I have a bad answer and question. I want to make sure that the record is clear. Are you an MAI?
No.
So would it be fair to say that you have not fulfilled the requirements to obtain the MAI designation?
I've never pursued the MAI designation.
And in completing your report, you reviewed documents relating to the Bug Tussle cell tower in Wyoming. Is that true?
Yeah, in Wisconsin and Wyoming.
The bug there is it your testimony that there is a Bug Tussle cell tower in Wisconsin and Wyoming?
Yes.
And you've also reviewed various articles and studies related to the impact of cell towers, electrical transmission lines, and power plants adjacent to residential property values. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. McWilliams, are you aware that there are existing electrical transmission lines already present in the area that will not be modified by this project?
Yes.
What, if any, impact on value did you conclude that the presence of those transmission lines has?
The presence of the existing transmission lines had a small negative impact from 2,900 feet away.
Can you point to any article that you reviewed that concluded that the property values of residences within 3/4 of a mile of a natural gas-fired electric generating facility declines after the development of a natural gas electric energy generating facility?
There are no articles that I was able to find that would have answered that question.
Mr. McWilliams, you've certified that you conducted a personal inspection of the Painter property, correct?
Correct.
When did you inspect the Painter property?
I inspected the Painter property twice. I drove by the neighborhood and looked at the property on 2 different occasions.
When you say you looked at the property, did you conduct an interior inspection of the property?
No.
Did you walk or inspect the golf course associated with the property?
Yes, the single hole, I saw that. Yes.
Your report describes a golf course and fairway with 6 tee boxes, correct?
Correct.
And it later discusses a 6-hole golf course, also correct?
Correct. And it should be the 6. It was the 6 tee boxes.
You would agree with me that there are not, in fact, 6 holes associated with the golf facility at the Painter property, correct?
I would agree.
And I think your attorney asked you about this, but just to be clear, your report does include many references to the existence of a swimming pool at the Painter reference, correct? Residence.
Yes, it does.
And despite your visual inspection of the property, your report concludes that there is a swimming pool, but there is not actually a swimming pool at the property, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, again, bad question and answer. Am I right that there is not a swimming pool at the Painter property?
There's not. There was a picture of a swimming pool in the MLS, which is where that started.
And that, thank you for pointing that out. So to be clear, the pictures that are on the screen in front of you, you did not take those pictures, correct?
No, those were taken at, I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer, but.
And those
No.
pictures were not representative of the condition of the property at the time you inspected it, at least with regard to the swimming pool, correct?
Correct.
You testified in your direct examination that the removal of the swimming pool does not have any impact on the value of the property. What analysis did you perform to indicate that the removal of the swimming pool does not have any impact on the evaluation of the Painter property? And in particular, I'd like you to tell me what comparable properties, if any, you reviewed to arrive at that conclusion.
The pool was removed and the impact as a result of an in-ground pool to this particular property did not, in my opinion, have an impact. I was looking at other factors in regards to the overall amenities to the exterior of the property.
And you can't point me to any comparable property sales or analyses that you performed to arrive at that conclusion, correct?
Correct. That was my conclusion.
Your report indicates that the property is approximately 4,200 square feet, correct?
Correct.
Does that number, that square footage, include the finished basement area?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's standard appraisal practice to distinguish between above and below grade living area?
I'm not sure I understood that question, but could you repeat that, please?
Absolutely.
Let's read it back.
Question, would you agree with me that it's standard appraisal practice to distinguish between above and below grade living area?
Is there a standard practice? No, as long as you're using the finished grade area. In some instances, some appraisers use finished above grade, and in some instances they use the gross living area. In this instance, I use the gross living area.
And your report does not reflect the distinction, any distinction between above and below grade living area, correct?
It's the gross living area. That's correct.
what is the square footage of the above grade property?
2,600 square feet. Or 2,100, excuse me.
It is 2,100 above ground square feet. I'm sorry, is that right?
That's correct.
So approximately 1/2 of the 4,200 square feet is below grade. Is that also true?
Correct.
Now, if you utilized a 2,100 above grade square footage for your conclusion of the market value estimates per square foot, that would impact your conclusion of the market value per square foot, correct?
Yes.
And it would impact it negatively. In other words, you would have less square footage and therefore your value conclusion would be lower, correct?
No, your value per square foot would be higher.
And in order to conclude the valuation that you have concluded here on a per square foot basis, what would the value per square foot be analyzing the 2,100 square feet to arrive at your value conclusion using only those above ground square feet?
Then I would have had to do it for all the comparable sales. It wouldn't have changed.
Okay.
It would still be the million. It would still be my conclusion as I detailed it in the before condition, the 2.5.
So I see. So your conclusion would not have changed whether you're using the 2,100 square feet above grade or including both above and below grade. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. It would have just been a different unit value, a higher unit value if you use the finished above grade.
Did you perform any analysis that within the residential market in the town of Darien that is consistent with your per square foot unit value conclusion?
I'm sorry. Could you? I didn't quite understand that question.
Are you going to rephrase, or I can have it read back?
Either way is fine with me, Your Honor.
Let's read it back.
Question: Did you perform any analysis that within the residential market in the town of Darien that is consistent with your per square foot unit value conclusion?
Perform an analysis that was consistent with the square footage value as in the before condition. Is that the question?
Correct. Yeah. Well, let me just re-ask it. Can you point me to any comparables within the town, comparable properties within the town of Darien that would support the value conclusion that you arrived at of 2.5 million?
For this property, no, I didn't use any comparables. The comparable sales were all used outside of the town.
You are aware that the painters purchased their property in February of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And when they purchased the property, they paid approximately 1.19 million. Is that right?
Correct.
And
in 2021.
Thank you.
Correct.
And you've noted in your report and in your testimony that Mr. Painter invested an additional $763,000 into improvements of the property, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize, I didn't intend to interrupt, but.
Well, you passed by the list of improvements that he provided to me for capital improvements made subsequent to the purchase.
Understood. So I think I was just asking you about the $763,000 into improvements that Mr. Painter and his family invested in the property. And if I were to add the purchase price of that 1.19 million and the 763,000 that he's invested, that would be around 1.95 million, correct?
Yes.
And your appraisal of the current value of the property is 2.52 million, correct?
Correct.
And that is based on assuming an annual 6% appreciation rate?
That's correct.
Mr. McWilliams, would you agree with me that as a matter of appraisal principle, the cost of a property doesn't necessarily equate to its fair market value?
The cost does not equate. The
Correct.
cost approach is one of the three approaches. The cost approach may or may not equate to the fair market value of the property.
In other words, if a property is over improved, the market may not necessarily value the cost associated with those over improvements. Would you agree?
Agreed.
And so an over improved property, for example, may have sold for a certain amount, or may have, may be reflective of a cost that doesn't necessarily reflect its fair market value. Would you agree as a matter of principle?
If the cost is an over improvement, not typical of the market for the market segment that you're into, I would agree.
And would you agree with me that the cost associated with the golf course that is located at the Painter property is an over improvement that you were not able to see reflected in the market that you analyzed?
I would disagree.
How many properties did you review as comparable properties included a golf course?
Of the ones that I reviewed in Lake Geneva, none.
And of the comparables that you included in your report, just to be clear, how many included a golf course?
None.
In your report, the cost of the golf course that is associated with the Painter property accounted for the majority of that $763,000 improvements, correct?
Well, there was two outbuildings with a second pond that were kind of melded together for the 350 for the installation of the golf course pump house. Two outbuildings with a second pond. So the second pond and two outbuildings would have to be excluded out of that based upon your premise.
Likewise, looking at the list of capital improvements that's included in your report that's on the screen in front of you, how many of the comparable properties that you reviewed included a beach installation feature?
Ponds with beach installations are pretty common. And in fact, the comparable properties, you're looking at the overall amenities and whether or not that's a wise investment for a property such as the Painter property. And I think that both the golf course and the monetary investment in the beach was certainly something that made sense given the market that they're in.
I'm sorry, Mr. McWilliams, that didn't quite answer my question, which was how many of the comparable properties that you analyzed for the purpose of valuing this property included a pond and a beach installation feature?
There would be none.
You would agree with me that golf courses carry associated maintenance costs, correct?
Yes.
You would also agree that maintaining a green requires extensive mowing?
Yes, and Mr. Painter has somebody that maintains his golf course, his golf hole.
And so in the instance of Mr. Painter, the maintenance costs associated with carrying the golf course on his property includes the employment of a maintenance personnel to maintain the golf course, correct?
I'm not sure. I think it's not employment. It's a contracted service.
Did you analyze the annual maintenance cost that the painters incur associated with the maintenance of the golf course feature?
No.
Would you agree with me that a potential buyer of the subject property could consider the significant maintenance cost associated with the golf course as a negative in considering the value of the property?
Some might, but I've seen these types of private courses on 3 different properties that I'm appraising right now that are upper level properties.
And none of those properties you just referenced are included in your report, correct?
None of them sold. I'm appraising them.
Did you consider, let's scratch that. Did you consider the water usage and the cost associated with the water usage to maintain the golf course at the painter property?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
That was a no.
Thank you. You've testified that the painter property purchase price is well above the typical price range for properties in the immediate area, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that in fact the average sales in the average residential sales in the area are around $400,000?
I'd say 350 to 400,000 for the average.
As a general appraisal rule, would you agree with me that a more custom home typically has an inherently smaller fire pool?
Absolutely.
And a home that is substantially more valuable than other homes in a particular area may encounter market resistance, true?
Not necessarily. It's a limited market that buys those sorts of properties. So there's sometimes a subsupply of these types of properties in an area where the median home price is lower.
Would you agree, as a matter of appraisal principle, that a home in a lower cost neighborhood that is worth substantially more than the other homes in that neighborhood, with extensive improvements and perhaps over improvements, may not appreciate at the rate otherwise expected?
No, that I would go to a countywide appreciation rate, and this rate would be, the countywide would be 6%, and I think this home did appreciate at 6%.
Your conclusion that the home did appreciate at 6%, what is that conclusion based on?
It's based upon the countywide appreciation, which takes into account all homes within the Walworth County area, which would include the comparables that I did use down in the Geneva area.
Let's now look at those comparables that you utilized. 2 of the comparable properties that you analyzed are in, as you said, the Lake Geneva area, correct?
Correct.
And the painter property isn't in Lake Geneva, also true?
No, it's not.
It is in the town of Darien, which is a rural area, correct?
That is correct.
Lake Geneva is a distinct market for properties, true?
For luxury
I'll object to
property.
the form of the question. I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to the form of the question as much as every different community is distinct. So I object to the phrasing of the question.
Well, it appears the witness was understanding that question, so I'm going to overrule. Should we read it back? Let's read back the question.
Lake Geneva is a distinct market for property, true?
It is a distinct market. All markets have distinctions.
And it's the Lake Geneva market is located on a large lake, agreed?
Well, it centers around a large lake, but the properties that I that I compared this to are not on the lake. They may
And-
have lake views.
Thank you. And you would agree with me that Lake Geneva is a tourist destination in Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
You would also agree with me that the town of Darien is not a tourist destination, correct?
I would.
The Painter property is not located on or near a lake like Lake Geneva, correct?
No, its main amenity feature is the Turtle Creek recreational area, which it abuts.
Mr. Williams, Mr. McWilliams, in performing your analysis, did you locate any recent sales in the town of Darien that sold for $2.5 million?
No.
Did you locate any recent sales in the town of Darien that sold for $1.5 million?
Not comparable to this property, no. I was looking for a luxury property that had similar age, condition, and amenity features, and I had to go outside the area.
And just to be clear, Mr. McWilliams, my question is to whether you located not just any luxury property, but any property sale, any residential property sale at all for $1 million within the town of Darien.
Oh, there's plenty of them. It's just a matter of acreage and how big it is and whether it's truly comparable.
And you did not include any of those in your analysis, correct?
No, I wanted to find something that was comparable to age and condition and have the characteristics and would attract a similar market as this property would.
You stated you did not conduct an interior inspection of the property, correct?
No, I had the pictures from the MLS when it was purchased.
Is your conclusion with regard to the condition of the property based solely on those photographs?
Yes, and in part the improvements that were made to the property that included the refinishing of the floors, and I discussed that with the owner.
Did you encounter any recent residential property sales in the town of Darien where a property sold for $600 per square foot?
An improved residential property. I'd have to go back in. I looked at some, I think there were a couple, but they had so much more acreage. And there was one of a remodeled farmhouse that was a 1800s type of property that I didn't think was truly, it would be too hard to adjust that comparable in regards to this property. So I looked for newer properties which were more prevalent in the Lake Geneva area.
And just to make sure that I understand your testimony, if you did find any residential property sales within the town of Darien for $600 per square foot, it is your testimony that you did not include them in your report because they were not comparable. Is that correct?
Yes, it would require too much adjustment. I want to try to eliminate as many adjustments as I have to.
Mr. McWilliams, I believe you were on the phone or on the Zoom call when Mr. Maroos testified. Did you listen to Mr. Maroos's testimony?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the two recent sales that Mr. Maroos referenced in his testimony?
I am now. I took a look at pictures while we had the 15-minute lunch break.
Would either of those sales impact your conclusions with regard to the value of the Painter property?
No.
Why not?
They're both One's a smart, what appears to be a smaller ranch home, and the other one is what appears to be a remodeled 1800s two-story house.
And when you testified that property within Walworth County has appreciated at a 6% annual level, that is based on county-wide data, correct?
No, I actually used, it's both a county-wide, and I also used a reporting system called RPR, which analyzes appreciation rates for statewide MLS within area codes.
So just define that for me. What is included in your 6% annual your conclusion that property within, first of all, let me back up. Is it your conclusion that property within the town of Darien appreciated at 6% annually?
Yes.
And that is based on county-wide data, correct?
Countywide and the RPR, it happens that the countywide data supports the local market data that you just described.
And the county-wide data would include sales, for instance, from Lake Geneva?
Yes.
You concluded in your analysis that the property would diminish in value by approximately 30% as a result of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Yes.
How did you reach that specific 30% number?
I reviewed some paired sales analysis. I looked at my experience in the transmission lines, which is very similar in regards to the stigma impacts as to this particular project. They have similarities in regards to stigma, in regards to health and safety concerns, noise, lighting, some very similar situations. So I basically looked at the studies that I've utilized and the paired sales I've done for transmission line easements. Very similar issues between proximity and between transmission lines and this peaker plant.
We've discussed the fact that there are transmission lines present in the project area. Is it your conclusion that the present transmission lines at the property negatively impact the property by 30%?
No, not by 30%. No, it's a smaller line, and larger lines. No, it does not impact it by 30%. It's a substation that is not going to create the visual impact that this property is going to have, nor does it have, it has 90-foot poles. So to me, it's not of an impact that's similar. Absolutely not.
And did you review any sales of properties near natural gas facilities to determine that the appropriate downward adjustment is a 30% impact associated with the proximity to Foundry Ridge?
No, I use transmission line easements. I'm presently in the process of examining sales and doing some sales studies in and around existing peaker plants, but I did not do that for this particular case.
Did you find any sales of comparable properties that were near gas-fired plants where a property value diminished by 30%?
No. I'm doing some studies on some of these more recently constructed plants. I have found them in some power plants that I have done that were fossil fuel power plants. Well, this is fossil fuel too. But no, I have not found something in a similar situation as to this particular type of plan.
Your report discusses concerns about the project's visibility from the Painter residence, correct?
Correct.
And your report has photos modeling the view from the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, also true? I'm sorry.
Yes, those are actually. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I meant to correct my question. I misstated it. Your report includes photos modeling the view of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center from the Painter residence, not the other way around, correct?
Correct.
Page 10 of your report has a photo of modeling from the East Shoulder Close Road adjacent subject property entry, correct?
Yes. Could you, I'm getting vertigo here, you're going so fast. Could you take it back down to the pictures? There you go.
And that modeling was not from the interior of the Painter residence, correct?
No, it's from the east shoulder of Cowles Road. Close.
I'm sorry, what road? Close Road?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to read that. It's a moving target.
It's
and those are actually taken from the project website. Those were created as part of the project.
And can we spell the name of that road, please?
Clowes.
Okay, thanks.
Klaus.
So the photographs that we're looking at right now that you have in front of me at page 10 of your report, those are not photographs, modeled photographs from the Painter residence, correct?
They're from you can see in the lower left-hand corner, you can see where it is from because you can see the Klaus residence in red. It's taken from the boundary where that's taken opposite where the driveway enters into the Painter property. And that's in yellow is just going to be is going to be what they're going to see.
So just to be clear, when you say in yellow, I'm going to point to it here, but is it the black box that's outlining the yellow graphic that you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Correct.
And just to be clear, because I'm not sure it is at this point, that modeling that we're looking at, that was conducted from Close Road, not from the Painter residence, correct?
Oh, the Painter, no, they're not, no, they took it from public roadways. That's correct.
Thank you. And since you never inspected the interior of the Painter residence, you did not experience the views from the Painter residence, correct?
Well, I could see from when I was on the property as to which way the house faces, which is the house is going to be facing predominantly to the east. Main living areas.
And again, back to your experience with the views, you have no opinion as to whether this project will be visible from the interior of the Painter residence, because you did not, in fact, experience those views, correct?
You answered your own question.
Okay, can you answer for us?
Yes. No, I did not see from the interior, but it was apparent to me from the exterior that you're going to see that while recreating on this property.
And as to whether or not it will be physically visible from the interior of the Painter residence, you cannot say one way or the other, correct?
Based upon the windows I saw and the review of the assessor's mapping on this property and the layout of the rooms, I think it will be probable that it would be. I did not personally experience.
You would agree with me though, that the only frontage on closed road to the Painter property is the driveway.
Yes.
What is the distance from closed road to the Painter residence?
I want to say it was 450 feet, but I'm going from memory.
Are there trees obscuring the view from the Painter residence to the site of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center?
He's got about 96 pine trees that are relatively low that don't obscure the view, but maybe in 20 years it will.
If those trees are removed, that might be.
No, not removed. If they are allowed to grow. 20 years, they're going to be a height where they would probably, if you're going to talk about the residence, would obscure the view from the residence. But right now it does not.
Are you aware of whether the transmission facilities that we've discussed are visible from the Painter property?
From the road, they are.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was whether the transmission facilities are visible from the interior of the Painter property.
Oh, you didn't say that. I can't tell you because I wasn't in the interior.
And with regard to the Darien solar facility, is that visible from the Painter residence?
I can only answer to the Painter property, and yes, if you're by the road, you can see them. You can see the solar panels. They are off the ground about probably, I did not cross over because there was no trespassing signs, but typical of those panels that I've seen in the past are about 5 foot off the ground at top. So it'd be like seeing corn.
And did you conclude that there's any negative impact on the property value associated with the presence of the solar facility?
No, not for the Painter property. I concluded there would be no negative impact from that.
And you mentioned the presence of corn. If there were corn planted in the fields, that could also assist in obscuring the view of the Painter property to the Foundry Ridge facility, correct?
No, you're not gonna, the 5 foot or 6 foot does not do that based upon the image that we looked at before. And so, no, I don't think that whether it's corn or the solar panels, I don't think that that's going to make is going to reduce the impact of the vision of that property. From the roadway.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if are you done with your answer, Mr. McWilliams?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You testify, scratch that. You testified that peaker plants tend to lower nearby property values, true?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. To what?
You testified that peaker plants tend to lower nearby property values, correct?
Yes, I think they have a certain stigma associated with them in regards to a number of different factors. And yes, and that is going to, especially for a higher priced property like this, is going to be particularly impactful.
And can you point to any evidence, any property sales near natural gas facilities that support that statement?
I can only point to stigma studies and the Patchen study, the Mundy study that talk about stigmatized properties, but in regards to a particular paired sales, I cannot talk in regards to any paired sales that I have done. No. I'm looking
Was that
for them.
paired sales? Thank you.
Paired.
And I want to focus specifically on the 30% conclusion that you came to, that the property value will be impaired by 30%. I just want to make sure I understand every piece of data that 30% finding is supported by. Do you have any numerical or quantitative rather than qualitative data that would support that 30% reduction?
There is I just mentioned the two stigma studies. The Patchen study was published in 1991 in the appraisal journal that said damages have a range of between 10% and 40%, depending on the type of property and the extent. The other one I would probably point to in my report was a paired sale analysis I did on a property that was impacted by a transmission line of an upper end property that indicated a 35% reduction in sale as a result of a transmission line impact.
And just to be clear, the stigma studies that you're referencing in your testimony, those don't relate specifically to the presence of properties near natural gas electric generating facilities, correct?
No, they cover all types of properties that are stigmatized by environmental issues.
And so to be very clear, it is not specific to citing an electric generating natural gas facility near properties, correct?
No, it's related to fossil fuels, older facilities, but not new facilities. I have found no studies related to this particular type of facility in regards to either a paired sale or regression analysis.
I'm sorry, or regression analysis?
Regression analysis, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, other cross from interveners? How about commission staff? Okay, any redirect?
Mr. McWilliams, just so we're clear, you asked questions about the pool that was in the photographs included in the ML listing in your report. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
And I don't think we got a clear answer on this, but did you take those photographs?
No.
Okay, they were included from the MLS listing, which you did not prepare.
Correct, that's from the MLS listing.
Towards the end of your cross-examination, you were asked questions about stigmatized properties and the value of how it impacts value in properties.
I'm sorry, the value of?
Let me rephrase the question. You were asked some questions towards the end of cross-examination about stigmatized properties or stigma associated with properties. You recall that?
Correct.
Is a stigma that's associated with a property more significant for a higher value property like the Painter property?
Correct. Actually, the Public Service Commission has an environmental impacts of transmission lines, which is a publication that has been around since 2012, and that specifically states that with transmission lines, which I think is very akin to the type of damages that this property will sustain upon completion of the project. It's very akin. It says higher priced properties are more susceptible to the impact from this type of project because of the very limited market and the very discerning market. Meaning that most people that get into spending $2 and $3 million on a property will just walk from a property that has anything that really concerns them in regards to, and stigmatize has to do with perceived issues. We've talked, I listened to all the testimony today, and there's a, whether or not a health or safety concern is founded in fact or science is not the case. It is not the issue with perception. It's the relative market perception. And discriminating buyers, a buyer of a property like this, which is going to be an upscale high-end property on 40 acres, will simply, they have the option of moving on to a different property or building one in a location that's not impacted and just paying new, which is why I look for newer properties. Okay, that's why I'm looking for specifically, and I looked in the Geneva market because these look like, and have the same types of physical features and amenities that the subject property has. And that's the market that you have to analyze.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, sir.
All right. Thanks very much, sir. You're excused.
All right.
And without any further ado, I think we'll move on to our next witness.
I'll call Dr. Jonathan Patz.
Great. See you there, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead, Attorney Fernholz.
Dr. Patz, could you state your name for the record?
Yes, Jonathan Patz.
And what is it that you do for a living?
I am an environmental health scientist. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin, and I'm only representing my expert opinion as an individual and by no way representing the university in this instance.
As part of your work on this matter, you submitted written testimony on behalf of Aaron Painter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that testimony that you submitted still true and accurate today?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to the testimony that you submitted in this case?
No, none.
Also, as part of your testimony, you included an exhibit that we've been calling the Millot report. Are we pronouncing that correctly?
You're not. It's Mayu.
Mayu report. Okay. You assisted in preparing the Mayu report. You're one of the co-authors. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you still stand by the conclusions and opinions reached in the Mayu report?
Yes.
You don't have any modifications or changes to that report?
No.
I do not have any further questions at this time. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Dr. Patz, just wanted to confirm, in terms of your filings, we've labeled those, the testimony filing is direct AP Patz. Is that your understanding?
I think so.
Okay. And the exhibit we mentioned, the Mayu report, we've labeled that your exhibit Patz 1.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I want to make sure the record shows that. All right. Great. So do we have questions for the witness?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Patz, the Mayu report, and am I saying that? Is it Mayu report?
Yeah, Mayu.
Mayu. Okay. Thank you. The Mayu report describes certain modeling that was done, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in performing the modeling that is described in the Mayu report?
As a scientific team, yes, but there's expertise across the team. So Dr. Mayu is the expert in running these models, but I'm part of it and reviewing it. But, you know, it's a team report.
And Dr. Patz, have you ever performed an exposure assessment?
Let me think back to I'm boarded in occupational environmental medicine. So a long time ago, I've done exposure assessments within my training, but I have not done that since I've been a professor. It's been a while.
Likewise, have you ever performed a risk assessment?
Sure.
And with regard to the members of the Painter family, you did not perform either an exposure assessment or a risk assessment, correct?
I was not asked to do that. We did a general disease burden assessment, and those models are at the county level, and we aggregate up to county to state and national. So we did not look at the the exposure assessment. Dr. Hall talked about the AeroMod dispersion, the plume dispersion model, which would be something that you would do, but that doesn't have a health model attached to it. It's used for regulatory purposes and, looking at NAC standards, but it does not have health attached to it. So this is why we generally use these other models, the co-benefits risk assessment COBRA and the INMAP source receptor matrix, because they have embedded a health model that then the air pollution feeds onto.
And Dr. Patz, is it fair to say that you believe all natural gas-fired generating facilities are harmful to human health?
So there are degrees of, some, so for example, obviously coal is the worst. Any fossil fuel generating plant will emit pollution. So, it could be additive. I heard you earlier talking about the wildfire smoke. Tremendous. But again, any burning of fossil fuels will be additive to whatever pollution is out there.
And because any burning of fossil fuels, including natural gas, will be, in your words, additive, is it your opinion that all natural gas generating facilities are harmful to human health?
Well, to some degree, considering that there are alternatives now that are much cheaper.
And Dr. Patz, I'd like to get into the specifics of the Mayu report. The report doesn't predict specific individuals who will die as a result of emissions associated with the two projects it discusses, that is the Foundry Ridge Energy Center and the Red Oak Ridge Energy Center, correct?
That's a misinterpretation. That's not the way risk assessment disease burden works. Okay.
Let me just ask the questions, and your attorney will have an opportunity to follow up. But I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, that the report does not predict specific individuals who will die as a result of emissions from the two projects, correct?
That's an irrelevant question that's an irrelevant question.
Whether or not you believe my question to be irrelevant, please answer the question.
Well, it's 100,000 people may die from air pollution in the United States. That's because of the 10% increased risk that exposure to fine particulates has. To say, okay, we know exactly who's going to die is impossible.
And that is not what your report concludes. Is that correct?
I'll just object to the form of the question as to what counsel was asking him to agree that his report concluded. I think there was just a confusion in the phrasing.
I see that. If you can point to the report and have him answer specifically what.
Well, I'm asking with regard to his conclusions on excess premature deaths. And as you see on the screen in front of you, he has a statement that there's a cumulative total of 118 excess premature deaths. My question is simply, you do not mean to suggest by the conclusions in your report that 118 people in the town of Darien or in Walworth County will die prematurely as a result of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
So, as I said, we aggregate up to state and national. Nationally, the emissions from those two plants together will have, based on the mortality output from these models, will be four people. There's 4 people in the first year of operation and 118 after 30 years full lifetime. So it's the model output comes as mortality, and that's how we report it.
And just to be clear, that mortality output does not equate to actual deaths, correct?
Well, we don't run experiments at the population level. It's not ethical. I don't see the point of your question.
Again, whether or not you see the point of my question, I'm going to ask you to answer it.
Yeah. Okay. What's the question again?
The question is what you've concluded as the 118 excess premature deaths, the mortality, that's the mortality output, and that mortality output does not equate to actual human deaths, correct?
Well, it's a risk assessment. It's a risk. So, this is why these are risk assessment models. So, I'm not sure how to answer your question, to be honest.
But let me just try it one different way. It is not a statement that 108, you are not concluding, and you don't mean to suggest that exactly 118 people will die prematurely at a certain time as a result of the Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Incorrect. We are saying that from those 2 power plants, that with an uncertainty range of 101 to 135 deaths, that's how many deaths will result from the air pollution from those 2 power plants nationally.
Have you performed any risk assessment related to how many premature deaths will occur in the event of an unstable grid that would cause rolling blackouts in the project area?
No.
And your conclusions in this Mayu report do not predict that any member of the Painter family will die prematurely due to the emissions at Foundry Ridge Energy Center, correct?
Correct. That was beyond our scope.
And the Mayu report does analyze effects associated with 2 projects, correct?
Correct.
It does not isolate any effects associated with the Foundry Ridge Energy Center. Is that also true?
No, we add, so we have in table 2, we have outcomes from Foundry Ridge, which is smaller than Red Oak Ridge, and we added them together. So we do have individual output from both of those generating plants.
And the outputs that you're discussing, are those shown in table 2 and in terms of the premature deaths and the monetization of those premature deaths, correct?
Yes, correct.
And your report estimates, again, looking at this,
I'm sorry, looking at
table 2, your report estimates that of the total premature deaths associated with these 2 facilities, 31 are attributable to Foundry Ridge. Is that right?
Oh, yes, correct.
And even with the combined figures that we're looking at for both of the two projects combined, your report shows an estimated maximum increase in county level average particulate matter 2.5 concentrations of 0.0176 micrograms per cubic meter, correct?
I'm not sure.
Judge, if you could scroll to the map that we looked at with Dr. Lewandowski. Yep, there it is.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, that's correct. Sorry, you could say it again. Yes, correct.
So, and just so the record is clear, you would agree with me that the combined emission that caused by these two projects at its maximum and a county level average is PM 2.5 concentrations of 0.0176 micrograms per cubic meter, correct?
Well, if I looking at the map.
I can zoom in. We're looking at the this one.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I'd have to look at the color, but whatever that darkest purple is.
And that darkest purple is shown on your scale is 0.0176 micrograms per cubic meter, correct?
I guess that's correct.
That number is obviously much smaller than even 1 microgram per cubic meter, correct?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Before we proceed with further questions, Attorney Polakowski had used the word maximum when referring to the operation, I think, of the plants in terms of this figure that we're talking about, this 0.0176 concentration. And I was just curious, what is your understanding of the maximum operation? What was figured into this calculation as the maximum operation of the plant?
Yeah. You know, we were very conservative in our estimation because we just went with the 20% annual capacity factors, and we modeled annual PM exposure, without the fact that some plants, well, for example, Foundry Ridge could be operating at 100%, but we just assumed 20% as the output.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So do you know what the percent output, the percent time in operation annually for Foundry Ridge was for your calculation?
Well, for both facilities, 20%.
Okay. Okay. Good. That's what I was looking for.
So
All right,
what we show only the 20%. There are many reasons why our estimates are conservative.
Okay, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure we had a clear understanding of what the operation level was in this report. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And just following up on that, Judge Newmark, Dr. Patz, looking at figure 1, is the greatest concentration of emissions that is reflected on figure 1, this 0.0176 number, is that number associated with the operation of both Red Oak Ridge and Foundry Ridge at 20% capacity?
I'm sorry, I lost the middle of that. Can you do that over? I'm sorry.
I can try. So I just want to clarify. So Dr. Pat, this figure 1 represents the operation of Foundry Ridge and Red Oak Ridge facility at 20%, correct?
That's correct.
And at that 20% operation of both Foundry Ridge and Red Oak Ridge, the greatest level of concentrations that you modeled is 0.0176 for PM2.5 concentration, correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me that PM 2.5 concentration at 0.0176 is so small such that it cannot even be measured?
That's not correct.
Do you have any evidence that you can point to that an increase of PM 2.5 concentrations, exposure to an increase of 0.0176 PM2 concentrations would lead to a negative health effect?
That depends on the surroundings, and we're just looking at what is the added pollution load, and based on this EPA model and the ISRM model, what would be the disease burden? So it's hard, this is the model output of what happens when those emissions generally go into the air and are aggregated up to the state and national level. So to say that, the daily emissions, so that's the other thing, is that this is annual averages. So it's hard to compare that number of an annual average with something that could be varying day by day. And then if generators come on, or backup generators, or if one of these plants goes to 100%, you don't have those emissions.
And I'm going to ask you to focus on the question that I asked, because I didn't get an answer to the question that I asked. And my question is, can you point me to any evidence that would support a negative health outcome based on an exposure to increased PM 2.5 concentrations in the amount of 0.0176 micrograms per cubic meter?
Not to an individual, but to a population, yes, but not to an individual. These are public health approaches.
Do you, well, and maybe you've answered this, but I apologize if you have, but you're aware that Dr. Hall has opined that there is no instrumentation that can measure changes in particulate matter concentrations less than 0.1 micrograms per cubic meter?
I'm sorry, my internet connection is not stable. Could you repeat that, please? You said, according to Dr. Hall, and then I didn't hear it.
And Debbie, if you caught it, would you mind just reading it back?
Go ahead and read it back, Debbie.
Sorry. The actual question, because there's more before it, but you're aware that Dr. Hall has opined that there is no instrumentation that can measure changes in particulate matter concentrations less than 0.1 per cubic meter, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
And is the reason that you don't know the answer to that because you have not reviewed Dr. Hall's testimony?
I have not looked at her exhibits. I was able to look at her report.
And if in fact she did opine that there is no instrumentation that can measure the changes in particulate matter concentrations of less than 0.1 micrograms per cubic meter, would you disagree with her?
No.
And the Mayu report estimated changes in the hundredths of a microgram per cubic meter, correct?
Correct.
The Mayu report purports to be a conservative estimate. I think you already said that. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And one reason for that is because it does not include emissions from the startup and the shutdown of combustion turbines at the Red Oak Ridge project, correct?
Correct.
that does not relate in any way to the emissions at the Foundry Ridge project, correct?
Correct.
The EPA recommends evaluating health risks from a stationary source, using its environmental public health paradigm framework, correct?
Yes.
And that framework is used to assess hazards, exposures, and risk. Also correct?
That's correct.
The Mayu report did not follow this framework, the environmental public health paradigm issued by the EPA, correct?
Incorrect.
It's your testimony that it does comply with the environmental public health paradigm set by the EPA?
This study is based on well-known epidemiologic studies about air pollution exposure on health, extremely well established as far as hazard. And so I disagree with your, so incorrect.
And you've employed the COBRA model, correct?
Yes, correct.
Are you aware that the COBRA stands for Co-Benefits Risk Assessment Screening Model?
Correct.
So you agree that this is a screening model?
It's a model used for policy making. The benefit of this model is it has a embedded health model within it. So that's why we use it.
And this is a screening model used for public policy purposes. Would you agree with me that it is not a human health risk assessment?
No, I disagree. It's the level. I mean, we did not do, as Dr. Hall mentioned, an exposure, fine-tune exposure assessment, which would require something like the plume dispersion model, but that again does not have a health model attached to it, so we don't use that. And don't be confused by reduced form. These are good. These are state-of-the-art models. It doesn't mean that they're crude models. It means that they, take the state of the science and put them together and therefore you don't need a whole laboratory to run the plume dispersion model.
Would you agree with me that an assessment of a stationary source requires a human health risk assessment?
That it requires a risk assessment. Yes, sure, yes. Depending on what you're looking for, it really depends. If you're looking at what is the added, what is the burden that extra air pollution puts out over a broad area, like we did as far as the county level, aggregating up to the state level. If you're looking at risk assessment of the people that live downwind, yes, you need to know, you need to know the exact exposure, but you won't know that until you've built the plant, and you can do a lot of plume modeling, but it depends where the risk is that you're looking at.
Dr. Patz, would you agree with me that the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for particulate matter 2.5 is required to be set at a level to protect the public health with an adequate margin of safety?
Yes, correct.
And you do not dispute that the project complies with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that the COBRA model was built for state and local clean energy and climate programs.
Correct.
Its purpose is to estimate the health benefits of changes in emissions and put a dollar value on them, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that it's a policy screening tool that helps a user compare emission reduction options and identify the most cost-effective ones, correct?
Correct.
It was not designed to produce a site-specific air quality assessment of a single source, correct?
That's correct.
And COBRA estimates county level concentrations, also true?
Yes. And the other model is spatial variable grid spatial analysis depending on the population. But the COBRA model is county level.
And the COBRA model does not estimate concentrations at specific receptors near specific sources, true?
Correct.
The Mayu report also used the ISRM to estimate changes to county level concentrations, also correct?
Yes, as I said, ISRM has a variable grid resolution. So in a densely populated area, the resolution is 1 by 1 kilometer. In sparsely populated areas, it's much bigger, 48 by 48 kilometers.
And you'd agree that ISRM is also a reduced complexity air model, correct?
Correct.
It also, like COBRA, does not estimate concentrations at specific receptors near specific sources, true?
True.
And you'd agree that COBRA is an EPA tool, but ISRM is not, also true?
That's correct.
ISRM comes out of the INMAP model, which was developed by academic researchers at the universities of Washington, Minnesota, and Illinois. Is that also true?
I don't know where Dr. Tessum is right now, but he was the originator.
Would you agree that it's an open source model, meaning that the code is posted publicly online for anyone to download and run?
I would have to defer to Dr. Mayu on that.
And the EPA has not developed the ISRM, doesn't maintain it, and hasn't adopted it as its regulatory model, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
And neither ISRM nor COBRA are among EPA's preferred or recommended air quality models for examining a specific source, correct?
Well, again, they for a specific source, they would probably use the AeroMod, but that would not be would not tag along to, it would not couple with a health burden. It would only give you the exposures.
So I'm sorry, can you just give us the spelling of AeroMod?
I can, Your Honor. It's AERMOD.
Thanks.
And just to be clear, the Mayu report did not rely on air modeling, correct? It's air modeling, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again?
Absolutely. It was a bad question. The Mayu report did not rely on AirMod, AERMOD, air modeling, correct?
That's correct, because meeting the NACs was not our question.
And AirMod is, in fact, EPA's refined dispersion model, correct?
Correct.
And EPA requires those refined models, not screening tools, for regulatory air quality assessments like new source review and PSD permitting, correct?
I'm not sure.
And it would be the AirMod air modeling that resolves concentration at defined receptors around a specific source, correct?
Correct.
And that is a level of detail that neither COBRA nor ISRM provide, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
When when the EPA's COBRA model manual says that detailed ambient estimates are needed, it directs users to more sophisticated models, not to another screening tool, correct?
I would have to defer to Dr. Mayu on that.
And despite the EPA having said that COBRA is inappropriate for certain types of analyses, like determination of attainment, your report relies on COBRA modeling, correct?
We were not asked to do an exposure assessment. We just looked at the disease burden from these two power plants. So it was beyond the scope of what we were asked to do.
And the Mayu report also estimated monetary damages associated with alleged health impacts, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the EPA issued an economic impact analysis in January regarding stationary combustion turbines?
Depends. Well, I know a couple things they announced in January of, you said 2026?
Correct.
So this specific question, could you repeat the question?
Sure. My question is just simply, are you aware that the EPA issued an economic impact analysis in January for its stationary combustion turbine rule?
What I am aware of is that EPA, I don't know if it was specifically to that. I think it was to most emitting sources. I am aware that a decision about uncertainty, and I'm aware of that, but I don't know if it only pertains to gas emitting generating plants.
And in performing the analysis in the Mayu report and your conclusions regarding monetary damages associated with alleged health impacts, did you, in advance of reaching those conclusions, review the EPA's January 2026 economic impact analysis?
I would have to defer to Dr. Mayu, but probably not.
And so you would have no opinions as to whether your conclusions regarding the monetary damages associated with health impacts from these projects is consistent or inconsistent with the EPA's economic impact analysis?
I would say they're probably inconsistent, but I disagree with the EPA's statement because what they are saying generally is that because of uncertainty, if there is uncertainty, then we shouldn't even monetize. We shouldn't even find the answer. And what they're saying is if there's uncertainty, then there's no risk. And that, I think, runs against decades of EPA protocol and risk assessment. It goes completely backwards from what EPA usually does, which is to do a risk assessment with uncertainties. So the fact that uncertainties are there does not, that's not the way that EPA has used to be operating, and that's a problem. If you're, saying that you can't come up with a risk number because there's uncertainty.
And I want to make sure I'm crystal clear. You've stated in your testimony now that you disagree with that analysis performed by the EPA. I want to be sure that I'm clear. While you may disagree with guidance coming out of the EPA, you do not mean to suggest, and you have not opined in any respect, that the project is not consistent with any standard or modeling coming out of the EPA. Is that right?
I don't think I understand your question.
well, let me break it down. It was a compound question. Your report does not conclude, neither the Mayud report or your testimony today or your pre-filed written testimony. None of those conclusions that you have rendered conclude that this project is inconsistent with EPA's standards, correct?
So I don't know the January rules well enough to answer the question. I'm sorry.
And you did not perform an EPA human health risk assessment for this project, correct?
We did a modeled study. We used, I'd say that we did a disease burden risk assessment of the emissions at the county and upward level.
Would you qualify and would you represent to the commission that the analysis that you performed is consistent with the standards that the EPA promulgates for its human health risk assessments?
It depends. Well, if we're speaking about exposure assessment, which is the weakest link in these environmental studies, we have a generalized risk assessment for the nation, and it's not pinpointed down to a exposure assessment at the small scale level. So depending on what you're framing as the risk assessment, we did a risk assessment for the country by adding 2 of these emission plants with approximate exposure levels from the models. So I'd say this is a risk assessment, but it's not, it's a different scale.
And Debbie, would you mind reading back my question? I want to try one more time to see if I can get an answer.
Go ahead and read it back.
Question, would you qualify and would you represent to the commission that the analysis that you performed is consistent with the standards that the EPA promulgates for its human health risk assessments?
Yes.
And without having considered or conducted dispersion modeling, how can you conclude anything based on the risk of exposure based on these models?
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Debbie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you said something, but I wasn't sure.
No, I'm trying to write and I have a dog licking my finger. So I was trying to tell her no, I didn't realize it would pick up. Sorry.
No worries.
The hazards of the occupation.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's almost time to eat, so
Yeah.
what can I say? I really apologize.
You're okay.
Do you want me to read where I am?
If you could, that would be great. I've lost my track of thought as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gee, I wonder why. Without having considered or conducted these perfection...
the dispersion modeling.
The dispersion. I was like, that disperfection didn't make sense. Without having considered or conducted dispersion modeling, how can you conclude anything based on a risk of exposure based on these models?
We conclude an increased risk at the county level and above.
And without the exposure assessment from the air modeling, you were not able to do a human health risk assessment as defined by the EPA, correct?
Well, we did a risk assessment because at the county and scaled up to state and national level, not at the local level.
I have nothing further.
Okay. That's great. So any other questions from interveners, commission staff? Okay, I did have one clarifying question for you, Witness Pats. Just so we're clear, we understand we've already established that the Mayu report and this chart that we're looking at, this figure 1, is based on the operation of both proposed projects at a 20% output, an annual output. I just want to be clear, so that people aren't confused. If someone wanted to calculate what the output would be for a higher level of operation for these plants, and let's just make it simple that they both say operate at 50% at an annual rate of 50%, a person couldn't just increase the amount of concentration that we see on this figure in the same percentage. You would have what would it take to get to that calculation?
Right. I mean, you would basically feed in the different emissions that would be at a higher level, and that would run through the model. I can't tell you exactly that it would be twice or whatever, more than, it would be at least twice 20%. So it would have to run through the model. But one thing, it's really important to recognize that these numbers come from the 20% annual capacity. And, because we don't have the startup and shutdown data from Red Oak Ridge, we were not able to add that. That's a fair amount of emissions.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because I don't want to open this up to other things, but I just wanted to be sure that people shouldn't understand this to mean just increase the number based on the percent of the operation of the plants. Sounds like you need to run the model again.
Yes, but it would, more emissions would darken. You'd see more impact for sure.
Yeah. All right. Great. Thanks. All right. So with that, is there any redirect?
Yes. Dr. Pats, you were asked some questions about risk assessment early in the cross-examination. I want to ask you about two different types of risk assessment and then ask you to opine on them. Are you familiar with the term relative risk?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Relative risk means it means the increased percent risk of becoming ill after exposure. So for example, PM 2.5 has a relative risk of only about 10%, somewhere between 8 to 13 or 14%. So let's call that 10% relative risk if you breathe in PM 2.5. If you smoke a pack of cigarettes instead of 10% risk, that's a 15-fold risk, relative risk.
I'm sorry,
And
that's
so,
a 15. Excuse me,
15
sir. Something
15
dropped.
Yeah, 15,
if you smoke a pack of cigarettes, smoke a pack of cigarettes instead of 10% risk,
that's about 15-fold increased risk of developing lung cancer. So the relative risk of exposure and breathing in PM 2.5 is only a 10% or 1.1 relative risk. And then it gets, so that's relative risk.
And are you familiar with the term attributable risk?
Yes, attributable risk, and it has it has really direct relevance to this modeling, and that is that it depends on how many people are exposed. So if air pollution, the PM 2.5, only has a relative risk of 1.1 or 10%, because tens of millions of people are exposed to air pollution, your attributable risk, the number of people that suffer and get sick, is very significant. So in public health, attributable risk is super important, because some of these air pollutants that have, a low relative risk, when superimposed over a lot of people, adds up to a lot of public health burden.
And you sort of answered this, and I want to make sure it's complete, but I wanted to ask you how the concept of relative risk versus attributable risk impacted the conclusions reached in your testimony and the Mayu report.
Well, again, we aggregated up to state and national level. So, our estimates are how many people would be exposed to this added pollution. And if you, we combine both of those models to come up with an average countywide, and we averaged them and came up with our findings.
You were asked some questions about air models for emissions, and you were asked about the AERMOD model. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That Dr. Hall had relied on. And then you were also asked questions about the COBRA and the ISRM models. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the COBRA and the ISRM models were what you utilized as part of the Mayu report. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions, but I just kind of want to look at this at a macro level. Explain the differences between, on the one hand, the AERMOD model and then the COBRA/ISRM models.
Yeah, the AeroMod model is a regulatory grade model that the Department of Natural Resources would request be run for source emissions. And it also is used for determining NAC standards, but it is not used to come up with disease burden. It is not coupled to health models. And that's why it's great to get you to, but it is detached from, at the moment, it's still detached from a health burden model.
And so is that why in the Mayu report, you and your co-authors relied on the COBRA ISRM models as opposed to I'm going to call it the AERMOD model?
That's correct.
You were asked questions on cross from Attorney Palikowski about predictions on death and whether you were making specific predictions on which individuals would die as a result of the Foundry Ridge project. You recall that?
Yes.
Is that something that you would ever do in your normal practice in modeling, make a specific prediction on which human beings would die as a result of air pollution?
Yeah, of course not.
All right. Did you look at excess deaths as part of your report?
Yes.
Explain what that is and what your conclusions were.
Well, you're looking at baseline mortality rates, and then you look at excess from the added air pollution that results from these two power plants. But you sort of base it off of baseline, and you look at excess.
You testified earlier that I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a lot of nature going on right here, and a bunch of squirrels. I'm sorry. It just startled me because my bird feeder fell and.
Oh boy.
It's like right in my vision. It jumped up there and it went down. You testified earlier that. I apologize.
predictions in your modeling were conservative. I think that was your term. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason for that is that you had assumed that this Foundry Ridge gas plant would operate at an output of 20%. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were asked some questions about this both on cross and from Judge Newmark, but is it correct that if in fact the Foundry Ridge gas plant operates higher than 20%, that would change the conclusions that you and your co-authors reached in the report?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. All right. So looks like we have some nature issues going on. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back. We'll take 20 minutes. We'll be back at 3:30. And look at that. We're actually approaching 4 o'clock. So I stand corrected from my email from yesterday. So there you go. All right. So 3:30. We'll be back for the rest of the. Oh, and let's just wanted to mention, just ask, do we expect any cross for staff at this point?
Not for me, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So 3:30. We'll be back. Thanks.
You need to go find something to do. I'm really apologize.
That's all right. They're having
It
trouble.
scared the heck out of me because the whole thing hit the window and the squirrels were hitting the window, and I'm like, oh my God, I just.
Well, that would rattle anybody. Even the most hardened professional would get rattled by a squirrel hitting the window.
Well, it's the best thing because it's right outside my window and I can see the birds, like all the cardinals that come on there. You would not believe it. And I'm not staring, but you know, that peripheral vision. But this was just like two squirrels, bird feeder on the ground in the window. I'm glad it didn't break the window. Well, the screen, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not very professional. I really apologize again.
That's all right.
Yeah, this doesn't happen in person.
Right.
Maybe I'll bring one of my dogs tomorrow night for, you know, some comic relief or something.
There you
I don't
go.
know.
Hey, anything will.
Not tomorrow night. Oh my God, Thursday.
Not tomorrow night, right?
I know.
You're waiting a long time for that.
You bring yours, Debbie, and I'll bring my Saint Bernard.
Oh boy.
Oh, that'd be good. I'll bring the biggest golden. Probably about 70 pounds.
Well, I'll put that in the next notice. Welcome.
Saint Bernards are big, but I love them.
He's about 135 pounds.
Wow. Wow.
All right. Well, it looks like we're ready to get to commission staff. Before we get on the record, though, I did want to mention, just for future reference, so that in terms of controlling, like when we're on and off the record and when we read stuff back, that's something that I'm going to instruct the court reporter to do. So just in the future, if people want to ask me to read something back, then I will instruct the court reporter if I think that's where we're headed. So just a little practice tip. So let's get back on and we can take our first commission staff witness.
Thank you, Judge. The commission calls Nicholas Brennan to the stand.
All right, I see you there. I'm going to swear you in first, so raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So go ahead, Attorney Garcia.
Please state your name for the record, Nick.
Nicholas Brennan.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
And are you also sponsoring the staff exhibits ex-PSC completeness and the post-hearing staff exhibits ex-PSC DRR and ex-PSC public comment?
Yes, I am.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or exhibits at this time?
I do not.
The witness is available for cross.
All right, before we get to that, I just wanted to clarify. So you have the completeness exhibit that's done and shown here as filed. The data request response exhibit, was I correct to understand that there's going to be an update to that?
That's correct, Your Honor. We have two data requests that went out after this specific exhibit was put into the on IRF. So those will need to be incorporated into the final DRR exhibit.
Okay, but we have those responses in hand?
I believe we might be waiting on a confidentiality determination, but the responses have been, they're awaiting that.
They've been distributed to parties and...
That's correct.
Okay, so there'd be no surprise with the inclusion of those documents in the record as far as parties are concerned. That's correct. Well, I guess that's more of a statement than a question for you, but yeah, I guess just wanted to make sure we all understand that. Okay, that's good. And then for the public comment exhibit, just so everyone's aware, and just as instructions to commission staff, how we're going to process this version of the public comment exhibit. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, the public comment exhibit will represent the public comments filed during the current comment period that I'm accepting for the record, and that will be presented to the commissioners. And this is sort of the formality, the mechanism by which they'll receive those documents. So they'll be working off of the exhibit in order to view those comments. So just so staff knows, I still need to scan in the appearance slips from the public hearing, so I'm going to do that. Those are going to appear on IRF. Then the ones that contain comments will be included in the public comment exhibit. And I'm going to create the list of comments, written comments that I'm receiving for the record, and then I'll give staff that list in order to format into the exhibit document. So a couple of steps there, but just want to be transparent about that and just inform staff that's how we'll take care of it this time. I know our process is kind of varied, but this, well, we'll see how this one goes. I think this will work. And then if staff does have questions about my list, they can ask me about that. So I just want to be clear about it. Okay, so at this point then, any cross-examination for witness Brennan?
None from applicant, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not on my end, Judge.
All right, and I think let's see, I don't know where my participant list went. Oh yeah, so we have Kelly Scott's still online, and I don't know if you're with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay,
just on the road.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, just
Thank you.
Okay, just make sure you are still connected. All right. All right, so no questions for witness Brennan, so I can excuse you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The commission calls Andrew Kraft to the stand.
All right, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Andrew. Please state your name.
Andrew Kraft.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross.
All right, any questions?
Not from applicant, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't hear any more, so that's it. Thanks very much. You're excused.
The commission calls Weston Matthews to the stand.
There you are. All right. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Weston Matthews.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in your testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross.
Any questions for witness Matthews?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, not hearing any. Thanks, you're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the commission calls Hana Macho to the stand.
See you there. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name.
Hanamasho.
Thank you. Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
Okay, I have one quick question. I believe you have heard today some testimony related to the 20% annual operating amount that that the project is supposed to reach, correct?
Correct.
The DNR draft air pollution control construction permit, which you discussed in direct DNR Macho 4, that permit for which the applicant is applying includes short and long-term limits tied to the proposed usage of the project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If the project was utilized more, if it ran more than that 20% number that has been getting talked about in the hearing, would the applicant potentially need to apply for a new permit?
I would say if they wanted, if they
exceeded the limits in their permit, that would be a violation. However, if they wanted to run more, essentially if they wanted to run above their short or long-term limits that would be in the final permit, they would need to come in for a construction permit to revise those limits. And that construction permit would be evaluated based on the increases of the project.
That is all I had for this witness. They are open for cross.
All right. Any questions for the witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Hearing none, you're excused. Thanks.
The commission calls Stacy Rowe to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Please state your name for the record.
Stacy Rowe.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
The witness is open for cross.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, not hearing any, so thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
The commission calls Emily Thompson to the stand.
Hi there. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm having trouble hearing you. Maybe that's me, but
I can't hear it.
You do. Okay, you just said I do. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name, Emily.
Emily Thompson.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
And are you sponsoring the exhibit XPSCFEIS?
Yes, I am.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or exhibits at this time?
I don't.
The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
No
Okay.
questions.
No questions? All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
The commission calls Samantha Whitens to the stand.
Hello there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Samantha Whitens.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Are the statements of representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
The witness is available for cross.
Any questions? Not hearing any, so thanks very much. You're excused.
Your Honor, the commission calls Nathaniel Willis to the stand.
There you go. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name.
Nathaniel Willis.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No.
The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, not hearing any, so thanks very much. You're excused. So I think I failed to mention this before, but I'm going to accept all the documents that we have received here today, that we've seen here on the offered evidence list. We just need to get the corrections in that we've identified on the list. We need to get that in by the deadline, which should be in 3 working days. So please adhere to that schedule. And otherwise, we have the briefing schedule already set. I know that there may be some discovery and some maybe interim requests in the meantime to we made for including that in the record. So I'll review those as they come in. And I can't think of anything else we may need to handle at this point. So is there anything else I haven't thought of? Let me know. All right. Okay, so at this point, we have everything we need for the record. Look forward to seeing those briefs. And thanks. Take care. We're adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.